Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome in. It is lovely to see each and every one of you all out there in the cyberspace. I can't technically see you, but I'm imagining that I can see you and that you're all hanging out places. You know, I'm going to stop that thought because nobody really needs to know all the places that I imagine that you all are hanging out in. But they weren't inappropriate, but like somebody was like in a okay, so there's this place called House of Pies in Los Angeles, where like people, it's open like really, really late. They've got great pies, and random screenwriters or wannabe screenwriters will hang out there and do work, right? And so I imagine like somebody here was watching from the House of Pies. Somebody's just like sitting on their couch with a laptop. Somebody's at their. That's not the point. The point is, you don't need to know any of that. Hi, we're here. It is good to see you. Oh, the House of Pies. House of Pies is really good. I don't live on the West Coast anymore, so I don't have access to the House of Pies, and it's sad. But
sounds bad.
We're going to move on from that tragedy of the lack of House of Pies in my life, and we're going to come back here to the Gamblers, our Traveler Pirates of Drinax campaign. It is good to have you all here. It is great to have this entire cast here. I love them desperately. And let me see. What can I tell you? I'm supposed to say the beginning stuff, which is welcome. Thank you all for being here. Your being here helps everything happen. And you can support the show by watching the show. And if you're on YouTube, watching the show. And if you would, giving a like or subscribe on the YouTube is lovely, because maybe one of these days I could become a real boy. I don't know. And, really, it's not, those are not things I know. But let me see. You can also, if you like, tweet out, retweet, or Bluesky, re-skeet. They say things. I don't.
Re-skeet. You heard it.
Okay.
First here.
So, but
that's the official term.
You can do all the stuff that you want to do, and you can. Yes.
I'm about to skeet.
Where you are, skeet at us.
I've got lemonade. So, and then
Right.
Yep. You can give us tips and bits, which will go help pay for the cast. You can be one of our Patreons. We have a Patreon over at Academic Foxhole on the Patreon, which also helps to go pay for the cast and also like art, music. We have a merch store, which has got great, cool, awesome merch, like this wonderful Starbeam chocolate milk. It's malted cup. And we have a Discord. You can hang out there as well. I think if we have a special sponsorship tier, which is $200, which will pay for 4 players for 1 week. And if you are one of the sponsors, you get we will play a special radio ad for you, and we'll get a special shout out like we're doing right now. Right now, our current sponsor, there are 4 slots only, and our current sponsor is Willen TW, who takes our notes for us and saves my life in many ways. And I feel like that's all of the pre-stuff. I don't think I've forgotten. Oh, you can also spend your channel points. I think it's still up. I'd have to just double check to make sure it's still up. If you can't now, you will shortly. Our Tagonists can recruit assets by making a streetwise roll and looking for somebody. And if you recruit assets, you can spend time to cultivate them and make them more loyal to you. It takes about a week to do that. Like it's like like once a week you can do it. So if you cultivate somebody on Thebes or in Marduk and you come back to that planet, you can schmooze them or bribe them or whatever you do to sort of make assets, and you can increase their loyalty. And the more loyal people are to you all, then they might do things for you that you might need, like get you information, or if, I don't know, there was some sort of piracy in that system, they could be like, oh yeah, it wasn't my friends, have no idea who did it. They can like run interference for you. They like lots of things. So you can create an asset that they can then, when they go to go look up somebody, try to recruit somebody, you might be one of the people that you create might be one of those folks. So you can do that as well using channel points. And I really feel like that's everything. So I really think it is. Yes. That said, I'm going to go and turn this over to introduce our players before we do all the rest of the stuff. The first thing I will say is I've got the best players, and my players are really wonderful, and they really deserve your support for the things that may happen. And I would like each one of them to introduce who they are, who they're playing, and I'm going to ask this question. I would like them to answer this question. We know some things about our Tagonists, and some things we don't know about our Tagonists. I've asked many questions, and I have another one. And this one is about memories of relatives. So not your parents, but you know how, okay, people in chat, other people in the world, you know how when you were a kid, let's say when you were somewhere between like 8 and 12, like that age range when you're not so young that you don't remember anything, but you're still pretty young, like elementary school, maybe that sort of like that era, like, you know, I don't know, 7, 8 to 11 or 12. And your parents might have friends over, and they may be an uncle or like somebody who's a aunt like, but one of these sort of like friends of your parents. Maybe they don't come around very often, maybe they come around more often, who knows? But they're like old people because you're 7. And like they have this relationship with your parents because they do not relate to your parents like you do, because you're just a kid and your parents relate to you like you relate to a person who's 7. But then you can like see these glimpses sometimes through conversations that you may not understand all of the what they're all about, of these sort of other people that come into your parents' life, and maybe you see your parents in a slightly different way. I don't know, but I would like to know if you could describe for me one of those older people that was like in the circle of your parents or your parental figures. If you are an orphan who lived on the streets of the planet home, for example. But one of those older folks that wasn't really interacting with you so much, but interacting with the sort of older folks in your circle. If you could just tell me something about one of those people, including their name, you know, for no reason at all. But I'm just sort of interested in your young memories, the memories that you might have had when you were younger for no reason. And I want to start with the person who has the best relationship with their parents. Oh gosh. Ooh. We're gonna start with Greg. Greg, your character I feel like has the best relationship with his parents. So who are you? Who are you playing? And then could you give me a memory that your character has of that sort of friend of parent?
Sure, sure. I would say this, because you said anywhere between 8 and 12, right? Was the kind of
Yeah.
age range you're looking for? I'm gonna go on the low end of
Mm-hmm.
that, like around 7, 8. But
Yeah,
hey,
yeah.
everybody, my name's Greg. I play Valentine Val Morrissey. He is a doctor. He's pretty good at it. He's has no backstory to speak of, nothing at all. He has a really content, kind of dull digital assistant named Sue. Um, so, that's about all you need to know. Now, what did he experience when he was 7 or 8 as far as friends of his parents? I would say this,
Mm-hmm.
there was a time his dad was often mad, agitated,
True.
angry, furious, Vesuvian. And whenever he would get super mad, like if there was a scale of mad from 1 to 10, whenever he hit around 12, um, a lady friend of his would show up. Her name was Pearl. She was a little bit older than what you would consider to be a child. She was probably about 19, 20, which is
Mm-hmm.
exceptionally young, still
Mm-hmm.
old to a young Val. But, whenever there was something really, really wrong, she would show up, and Val always noticed that whenever she would show up, the person that his dad was mad at would go away, and he always wondered where they went, and he thought that she was a travel agent. Hey,
Uh-huh.
everybody,
Uh-huh.
over on YouTube, I'm Warp Reactor if you wanna do some warp reactions, but that was it. That's just somebody that will never come up or anything like that. So, anywho, see ya.
Yeah,
Listen,
I'm just
everybody,
taking notes on
a
that
thing
because
right, a
yeah.
finger of fudge is all you.
Yeah, I'm just taking notes because it'll never come up again. That's it. Just taking notes, taking names. chewing gum. So speaking of people with great relationships to their parents, I feel like Tarika would be one of the ones who has like a really great relationship to their parents. Of all of them, all the different ones that they have, some that they didn't know they had until more recently. So, my favorite and most beloved Ari, would you tell us who you are, who you're playing, and could you give a memory of one of these moments when, as a young person, you saw your parent or parental figure interacting with one of their friends?
Yeah, for sure. Hi, my name is Ari underscore Ventures. You can find me online here, also on the socials. And I'm playing Tarika. They are definitely not noble. The unfortunate part is that their birth happens to be from a noble person and then also apparently from an ancient person. Some questionable things happening there for sure. Nothing to worry about though. And they would define themselves as a pilot first and foremost. The fact that they're good at diplomacy and all of these other things is secondary and unimportant. A pilot, it's very important. Can't get anywhere without a pilot. Anyway, let's see. So I think there were quite a few people that moved in and out of Lady Hill's life on a regular basis. And I would say most of them did not pay Tarika much mind. I think Tarika pretty much blended into the wall as much as they could until their mother would, be like, okay, no, you need to come forward and you need to do the bow and have the whole thing and like be the good little child. I think the person that I'll choose to talk about here is I'm toggling between two personalities that I think Lady Hill would have spoken to. I think the one that Tarika also often thought was most interesting was this tall, slender fellow. Tarika never actually caught his name, though. I'll DM it to you, Trooper. But he has he always had a very thin face, and he dressed like a pilot, and he would often come and enter Lady Hill's quarters for a long discussion. He was never introduced to Tarika. In fact, he was never really introduced to anyone. Tarika often saw him entering through the back doors and not really, this was not somebody with a promenade or a sort of significant entrance of any kind. But often after he would leave, in the next court session, Lady Hill would have some very useful information that would shift the way the Drinaxian court was moving. I don't know that Tarika connected any of those dots, but they certainly appreciated a pilot who could move in and out of the world without needing any of the pomp or circumstance. I do think this pilot occasionally brought Tarika candy.
Mm-hmm. 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 Thank you. I'm just making notes for no reason. And I feel like one of the next folks, I suppose, with like best, most awesome relationship with their parents. So hard because so many of the folks here have just the best ones. But let's go with the Harlock. Rocket, who are you? Who are you playing? And could you say a memory of somebody who was in one of your parental figures' orbits that you remember about from like that kind of like 7 to 12 age range?
Yeah. Hello, friends. It is me, Rocket Fox, your second favorite person. And whilst I have been stepping a little back from the normal streams I've been doing, come find me over on Facebook or Instagram. I'm posting videos of doing lots of nonsense, but it's fun nonsense. And I invite you to
And
be a
more
part of it.
volume from you if you would.
Yes. See, you know what? I'll deal with the the switches later. I'll just talk louder for right now. But yeah, so as far as a an individual who came around. I would say, um, so we those of you who have followed our adventures thus far might know about the Harlock's aunt, who was particularly powerful, made a mental visit a little bit before. There were a few other of that level of aunts and uncles that would kind of come around, and there was somebody who came around, another aunt, question mark, very different though, and that's kind of why I think the Harlock at that point as a child would have assumed this person had to be related, because there's no other way they would have been allowed to come around. Kind of would just show up on occasion. uh, if you've ever had somebody in the family who doesn't really come to events or say hi or ask how anyone's doing, but to on occasion be like, "Hey, everybody looks like they're doing great here. Oh, by the way, I have some bills due, coming up that I need. Maybe, since we're family and all, a situation kind of like that." Yeah, yeah, and the Harlech definitely would have noticed that maybe people, specifically her favorite aunt, wouldn't look so pleased, so happy, so inviting when this person came around. But yeah, I think that would be one that particularly stuck out, because there weren't a lot of this particular type of person in the inner circles who would come around, and not just to like the front door or something, but would just suddenly be in among family events and things like that. But
Hmm.
for whatever reason, the Harlock stopped seeing them probably around age of 13. Now, to be fair, Harlock also from a young age started training, and then started being, going into the isolation and training in different areas. So they could have still been around. Harlock just wasn't there. Um, but yeah, and this, it was so long ago. I think their name was like Xavi or something like that. Uh,
Something.
I mean, it was years ago, years ago.
Probably not even alive anymore.
Nah, I wouldn't think so. At
I
least
mean,
not,
they could be,
not could be, but you think about how much money they'd have to borrow to get all the way out here. It'd be
right?
wild.
I I wouldn't even worry about it. I'm sure it's fine. Mhm, mhm. I suppose this is going to lead us to Cord, whose character was an orphan theoretically on the irradiated planet of Drinax, but did have
Hmm.
people around, I suppose. So, Cord, who are you? Who are you playing? And could you give me a like the sort of friend of a parental figure that you might have remembered when you were living down there on the irradiated planet of Drinax? Well before you knew that you were a clone.
Friend of a parental figure.
Hmm.
So hi everybody, I'm Cord. I play Baron Severance, the Corsair Admiral Captain Baron Severance. He is a clone that has gone rogue. He also has done a body swap with his prime. So he's still in his prime. And he is um,
I'm not laughing.
That's really good. That's really good.
I love it so much.
thank you. And he is uh, self-proclaimed captain. He's a piece of shit. He is also he's not the fighter of the party. He is the talker. He's the face, but he also is just an asshole. And he grew up on Drinax, away from, I guess, like he had his own life on Drinax, this irradiated planet, probably hidden away or whatever reason his clone, his own iteration of his life away on Drinax. The thing is, too, I don't really know because it hasn't really been. I would assume that now I'm thinking about it. How does childhood work for a clone? Is there
Well,
one? Or is it, or do we grow at an accelerated rate until like the date or the year that we were cloned, which I think could be kind of cool. Like it's,
well, that's what the other clones. That's what happened to them. The ones who were stuck in stasis chambers and
hmm,
forced accelerated growth. You know, the ones
Most
that
of
were
which who
kept
are
close
dead
to
now for
home.
some reason that
hmm,
nobody,
Most of which have all been shot. Um,
yeah,
I know it
but
in particular.
by no
no
one
one in
in particular.
particular.
But you were left on this planet where nobody
Yeah.
can live except for some. I mean, so it's some very like Road Warrior, Mad Maxy sort of situations over there. Um, and so
Yeah.
you did grow. You grew faster than people normally did, but not so fast that I mean, I don't know. For you, I suppose it must have seemed normal, and nobody seemed to mention it too much. But you had a growth spurt pretty early, a little
I just
bit.
thought I was mature for my age.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, uh,
What an old soul that kid is. But actually he's like
yeah.
35 in seventh grade.
So you did grow faster than normal, but not so fast without the procedures to make it super obvious to you. But also, here's the thing: you're on an irradiated planet with a bunch of like random
Right.
scavenger
Mutations
warlords. So
may
most people,
happen too.
yeah, I mean, people just kind of grow fast, and also there are so few people down there. Who's going to talk? You know what
I
I
was gonna
mean?
say,
But, yeah. I mean,
yeah,
you weren't in a community of people that had access to like messages to other planets or who
I
might
kid.
you
Okay,
were very remote.
yeah, okay.
You know what's
So
weird?
remote,
It's funny.
yes.
Super remote. Yeah, I mean like really remote. And actually in a place where people think people know when nobody lives at all. Uh, weird. I recall that there was a time when you had amnesia where you were also sort of placed in a very remote place and no one could find you. Hmm. Anyway, you were going to say. Yes, you were saying.
Um, hmm. I'm just sort
Just
of,
like you've got like
percolating on a lot
you're
of
all
this
like
too,
in
because
suits, right? You're in suits
yeah,
and you have to go out scrounging from wreckage and ruins and
yeah,
uh
I feel like a lot of his childhood was that.
yeah.
He grew up with his with a very kind person that he called Uncle Reynold,
Mhm,
who is a dark-skinned older gentleman who taught him how
mhm,
to um, sort of live. He also taught him morals of. He taught him the stars as well. That's usually when they would go out because
mhm,
it was too hot during the day and too cold at night. So they would usually go when the sun was starting to set, and then uh, probably around midnight or so, or when it's at its coldest, they would when the sun went down, that's when they know they had to turn back and go home. But then they would spend the rest of the evening, or at least their time outside before it was too cold, to go inside. Be they would look through the irradiated aurora of
mhm,
Drinax, and Uncle Reynold would, or that was what he wanted. Severance to call him would point out the stars and teach him the constellations. Of course, these constellations only really work here in Drinax because they don't make sense on other planets because of different perspectives of the stars. But he would teach him the constellations here, and um, that was a very fond memory that um, that Severance has, and that's one of
mhm.
Severance's memories. He doesn't think about it often, but that is one of those core memories that does exist. Um, Unfortunately for Uncle Reynold, there was his friend who'd come over, and his name, it escapes me now, but it escapes Severance now too. But He could recognize him when he sees him. He had blonde hair and a blue eye and a brown eye. And the brown eye was actually had like a silver. It was augmented, so it was like metal, but the iris was still um,
Mm-hmm.
set in the inlet of uh, this silver bearing or ball bearing that was the eye. There was like a recess
Mm.
that was there, and the biological iris was placed back in that position. So very easy
That's
to
cool.
sort of tell. And his friend came over mad one night, at least from what Severance can remember, something about betrayal or traitor, and ended up shooting Uncle Reynold.
Mm.
Um, the gunshot rang out, and then there was panic, and that is where Severance doesn't quite remember what happened next. He does know that Uncle Reynold did not make it, um, but that's sort of where that memory sort of fades out, probably from adrenaline or blacking out from
Mm-hmm.
trauma. But it was all very interesting because to Severance, these two were best friends, and this would have never
Yeah.
happened. So it didn't quite ever make sense, and it's something that was probably very confusing for Severance growing up. Uh,
Yeah.
so I think that is probably doesn't remember the name, but he remembers what he looks like. That
Yeah.
that silver chromed eye. But
Was he
that's
this
yeah.
this friend? Was he a Vex Spexer too, or was he from not the surface?
He was a Vex Spexer as well. Yeah, I think. Um, I mean, I think he was from the surface. Yeah, because he would show up with his own suit with
Yeah.
drinks sometimes and with things
Yeah.
that they would scrounge and find. But
Mm-hmm. All I wanted to know. Thank you.
you're welcome.
I love my players. They give me such presents. Um, that leaves us with only one other person who also, uh, grew up an orphan, uh, and not in a palace. Lindy, who are you? Who are you playing? And could you give me a memory from when your character was, in that 7 to 12 range, uh, of the friend of a parental figure? If you
Mm-hmm.
can have a memory of that.
Yeah. So, hi, I'm Lindy, Laugh of Lindy, and I will be playing Quint, who is playing the Harlock tonight. Stoked. Uh, had a pipe fight last week, which was interesting, confusing, complicated. It's fine. The crowd was entertained, and that's what's important. But yeah, Quint, not the Harlock, Quint, was very much an orphan. Doesn't know who their parents are, or if she has any brothers or siblings, or if he has any relations at all, really. So, that's not a lot there in the parental fund. However, the kids in the neighborhood slums, which Quint grew up in, had a grandmotherly figure. Her name was Oma Alice. Oma, but Oma Alice. And she would feed them sometimes. Not every day because that's a lot of kids and a lot of food. But if she had any extra food, she would go out and hand it out to the kids, or if they needed a place to maybe lay low for a couple days, or if it's really cold, a place to sleep, that kind of thing. She did what she could. But she would meet up with this gentleman who didn't reveal his name, but went by the name of Ghost. He would show up once a month, and they would have a nice cup of tea or a lunch, and they would have a discussion, and she would send all the kids away. Kids were not allowed to be within eavesdropping range, and if they were in very big trouble. He always wore a very nice suit, polished shoes. Looked definitely too nice for the area, but
Mhm.
also had, if it was daytime, during like a nice dark pair of sunglasses, but when he took the glasses off, just piercing gray eyes. And he had a couple scars you would be able to see, like just above the bit of his collar, or going into the hairline, or right above the sleeve of his coat. And he would ask about the children every time he visited. Would sometimes make donations to help take care of them. But then about twice a year, he would ask about a certain child in particular, usually the most strongest or competent or prettiest, most appeasing child, and would give Oma Alice an extra large donation and take the child with them. And the rest of the kids wouldn't see that kid again.
I'm sure it was fine.
I'm sure it's fine. I mean, Quint never got picked, so
It's fine.
I'm sure it's fine.
What did the kids think happened?
Well, depending on who you asked and how optimistic they were, doesn't it? Some of the more optimistic ones thought maybe he was taking them to nice families to get adopted. There weren't a lot of optimistic ones, but there was a couple. Some of the less optimistic ones thought that maybe because they were usually... No, that was the really unoptimistic ones. Like, he totally eats kids. Yeah, no, that's like the most pessimistic ones. But I'd say a lot of the kids probably thought, because they were usually the older children, like the teenagers. Thought maybe he was taking them for work purposes to get them jobs. Maybe not the most legit jobs, but work. Like, hey, we need workers. Because usually a really strong guy or gal, or a really pretty guy or gal. So probably to work in certain industries. And between the cannibalistic pessimists and the, it's probably taking them for maybe less legal forms of work, we're like, oh yeah, they're totally shipping them off planet for slavery somewhere. That's probably what, like, to the Imperials or the Aslan, or something. Yeah, that's what a bunch of the kids thought. No one really knew, though. So, and if Oma Alice did, she never said. So,
it's interesting, because I remember your session 0 where you made your character, because I was there. Chat was not, but I was, and I remember that Quint was quite talented, not the strongest, but quite
and not
talented.
The prettiest. Yes.
And not the prettiest, but very stealthy, had some
good at being quiet. Yeah.
Good at being quiet. Surprised that you never got.
Maybe they weren't looking for quiet.
Maybe. Interesting. And I am Trooper SJP, and I am the GM for this madness. I have one thing I want to tell you all. Chat. So last week we had a pipe fight, and I want to just say, for the record, for anybody watching, when people get into grappling, they basically merge their turns together, right? Like, each opposed grappling roll is their turn, so they kind of go there and then get out. So you only get one turn per, and it's like that combined thing.
Like
just for
and look through all the rules.
Yeah. So just for the future, and then let's see. When last we left our Tagonists, there was after the banquet down there on Falaka, there was a celebratory pipe fight. And this celebratory pipe fight involved the Harlock having a pipe fight with knives, and the Harlock had knives
is a person, by the way, not pipes. Not having a pipe fight with knives.
Yeah, because that would be
a person.
Weird.
Yeah, that'd be cheating.
Yeah. Ambassador knives. And Terica was their second, and Val was Knives' second, and we had the Harlock as Quint on one end of the circle, and then we had the concrete circle, and then we had Severance on the other end, and Severance was there with the speaker. And as this celebratory friendship pipe fight went on, there was some shenanigans, let's say, where Val was doing a little bit of psionic aiding of Knives. There was a very brutal hit that came in, and So, Val tried to correct that issue with a little bit of stunning. But in order to do that, Val had to draw on his inner reserves of psionic power, let's say. And that resulted in Tarika seeing a vision of Sue show up, but Sue looking a little bit different than normal. In old ancient Drinaxian clothing, looking a little bit like Sue, but also kind of a little bit like Rudolph Valentino. It was a little bit odd, and then crying out as if he were being tortured and screaming. And only Tarika could see this, except Quint could see it because they were psionically linked at the time. And this Sue was bleeding out of his mouth, and the blood dripped onto the ground, and the fight ended. The Harlock won, and the Harlock went, and there was blood on the ground, but it was actually the only person who could recognize it, because it was a strange color, was Severance, who smelled it, and it smelled like the sap of a green Drinaxian poplar tree that all long since extinct, except that when he had been, as a child, when he'd been scavenging, he found a small oasis that had, like, where the radiation was healing. It wasn't as irradiated. There was a small oasis with some water and some trees, and the tree itself had sort of a split, and this sort of sap was sort of oozing out of it. And he remembered the smell of this old Drinaxian green poplar, and that was the same smell as the blood on the ground. But in the process, also, our good old Severance negotiated a better deal for Drinax and this Highport they want to create. And we ended our session with sort of the end, like, great joy, some very tense feelings between best friends, Tarika and Val, some stuff going on. But this is day 56. And we have just a few things outstanding, more or less. We have y'all down here in Falaka. There is a professor who did still want to speak with you all. And I believe the very next day you all wanted to go down to Dragon's Dome to do a little bit of surgery on Quit the Harlock's arm, to go do a little bit of research, to check some things out, sightseeing. After all, Dragon's Dome is the oldest, the original settlement, and it's very impressive. So I'm sure all of that will be lovely. But as we sort of bring ourselves up, come back, and it's sort of later in the day, in the evening now. It's probably 9 or 10. There is a sort of a post-fight gathering. It's not particularly very formal, but people are putting things away, and they've got sort of desserts that have been sort of brought out. You're not really in the have been brought to that same building where the meeting was, but you're like not in the big. You're like on the ground floor, which is more people sort of come in and out. It's not exactly a bar, but there's food comes in and out. There's like water. People are sort of relaxing and sort of taking a load off and sort of winding down, I suppose. You all may be headed back up, like they're gonna drive you back up to the surface whenever you need it. But at this moment, the professor, who has been waiting with great consternation for hours to be able to speak with you. Every time he wants to speak with you all, you Drinaxians, there's something that goes on to distract, like there's a negotiation or a pipe fight or something, and every time he wants to try to talk to you all, he never gets to. And he's just been waiting to talk to you all, and he is still waiting at this moment as you have, like, you've got people coming in and out. You're here, and various sort of random people from Falaka, Friedman, come in and, say, congratulations. And there's this little crew of Knives' people who are speaking in this kind of old Vargar to Val. But I would like to know, in this moment when you're down at the sort of slightly more trafficked space, where are you all as the professor is like waiting for his opening to come to talk to you all? as all of you are in the same room. With, by the way, along with Wesley, who's also there, and also uh, uh, Evan, right? So it's all of y'all, and Wesley and Evan is having a lovely time speaking Varga to a bunch of folks. They think it's a little bit odd how nicely he's dressed, but and Wesley's just kind of just awkward, basically, is what that is. Yes. You have I will just say that while it's quite trafficked, that does give you a sense of semi-privacy, if that makes any sense, because you're not the stars of attention, so you all can sort of chat without people necessarily, like, you're not in the middle of a banquet in your honor, so everyone's looking at you, right? So there's like that kind of it's public and it's open and people are around, but it's not, you're not the center of attention. So you have a sort of a, not everyone's paying attention to what you're saying at every time.
I would imagine that since the Harlock just participated in a knife fight that I did not
Pipe fight.
participate in. Or pipe,
pipe
I'm
fight.
sorry, I'm sorry.
it
pipe
was a
fight.
knife fight, but it was with pipe.
With, a pipe knife fight. But being that the Harlock has been doing other things, I would imagine the other Harlock has been able to.
Quinn.
Right. Yes. I'm sorry. Quinn has been able to lie pretty low for the most part, and did greatly enjoy this this strange alcohol they brought out that kind of burned the senses
Pruno.
a little bit. That was very exciting. So I think
It's very
she's
strong.
Probably,
Very strong.
Can't find a lot of those these days. But I think she's been partaking and just kind of watching things happen when there are opportunities for her to engage less, because she can still hear. She's still very aware of what's going on and still involved whether she wants to be or not. But I think at some point in going to retop, she would probably see the professor making face and kind of just like turn to where she's facing the same direction with, I don't know, maybe the fifth drink or so. But kind of just turn to him, not really looking, but just so that it's clear she's speaking to him. Be like, and what's wrong with you? The most sour looking person in here.
Oh, not at all. I'm just waiting so that I might have it a chance. By the way, the Harlock. Actually, everybody knows. I'm just saying it now because, he has got an Imperial accent. He is clearly, from his speech, Imperial.
That's fine.
And I'm just saying this because,
not stirring up trouble.
No, why would you? But absolutely, he is Imperial, and he's like, I have just, I'm just waiting, so I might be able to this sort of conversation with you all from Drinax, and I kept trying to have these conversations with you, but well, every time I do try, then there's some sort of.
If this is the type of conversation you're trying to have, I can see why it's not happening. It's very dull.
Oh, well, I could be much more exciting. Would you like to know about grain policies in the old Villani during the First Imperium? You may not know this, but the
Harlock just kind of like slowly just taking steps away.
No. First Imperium logistics are fascinating. Especially, I specialize in historical naval technology, and there's
the Harlock is not there anymore. I imagine he wouldn't have even noticed, just like Homer Simpson in bushes situation, and then just kind of gone.
And then you can see him getting that same sort of kind of like hovering closer to, like, she's trying to find someone to have this conversation with, but they always disappear on him, or they're being talked to by somebody else. It is quite.
Should have brought up the grain policies. You gotta know that.
But they're fascinating. Grain policy. Do you know? Where did you go again? I was. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Where are the rest of you?
Val is talking to Emma, wherever she is.
Oh, absolutely.
Emma's knives, right?
Still in the same sort of space, and she is.
That's what I learned halfway through last episode. Yeah.
Yes,
Right, it's true.
she goes by Knives professionally, Ambassador Knives, but you may call her Emma. And you're there in one sort of part of this. Again, there's a lot of open architecture, right, in this space. They have torn down a lot of.
Not super open. We're underwater.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. And like you're on the part of this sort of big sort of open architecture floor with her, and she is she's lounging. She had this really sort of messed up inner ear thing that kind of really threw her off for a bit. But there's a lot of could you make a roll for me if you are partaking in the gambling? There's cards.
Oh, sure, yeah. I mean, he's not a very good gambler, ironically
That's fine.
enough, but what would you like me to? Is this carouse or is this deception or?
Well, it depends on how you're gambling.
I actually have gambling. I forgot we had a gambling skill.
You
did
do
not
have a
forget
gambling
that.
skill. I didn't forget that you had it. I also know that some other people have it as well. So there is a card game going on, and Ambassador Knives Emma sort of kicked it off. So she's definitely playing, and she has. You're hanging out, so you are invited to the game. I want to know if anyone else is gambling in this match.
Cowards.
I see you. Oh, interesting. Interesting. I'm sorry. I just want to check something.
Cards?
I believe Tarika has the gambling skill and is not gambling. Fascinating. If I remember from
You're good at it.
yeah, they are pretty good at it. And if I remember from the backstory, Tarika and Val would gamble all the time in college. Huh.
Mhm. Yeah.
So
Tarika just saw Sue getting flayed. I don't think they're in the mood to play cards right now.
wow.
Eh,
But it's such a
that's
good
water under the
time.
bridge.
Tarika is being a good friend and letting Val gamble with Emma alone. With her.
Oh yeah, that's totally what it
Sure.
is. Yeah, 100%.
Sure,
Good.
sure. Oh, that is not even. That was a bad roll, people. I was supposed to roll 2d6. Would you roll your gambling for me? And what
Sure.
skill you
Like any
use
boons?
as your what skill you use as a base would depend on how you gamble. Do you know what I mean? Are you a person that gambles through like reason and intellect and counting cards? That would be int. Are you carousing and like sort of making a convivial time with everyone? Well, that would be social, right? Or are you being like, yeah, like what's your how do you go about your gambling?
Well, intellect and social are the exact same. So I'm going with social simply because he's like not necessarily gift of gab, but misdirection with conversation.
Mm,
You know, he's the
mhm.
off-putting person while somebody's checking their cards for like the fifth time because I've been talking and they forget if they've got like a king of diamonds or a king of hearts because I'm just interrupting them. So yeah, that's what it will be. Social.
Okay. So if you would, social and gambling.
No bonuses though, you said, right?
This you're thinking about in this instance, no, because you're all in the same boat together. Oh no, wait, hold on. I'm incorrect. Because of the you were Knives' second, so no.
Okay.
I've got a 6.
Has a 12.
12. Absolutely. So nobody else. It's you. It's Emma. It's a bunch of Varger, right? It's got her people, and you're all gambling together. And this is like this particular game is not like poker. It is a sort of a game that is more. If any of you know the German card game Sheep's Head or Schafkopf, where you have people, you play teams, but teams rotate you never know who your partner is. Like it's like you're playing a spades or bridge or hearts, but you don't know who your partner is until it sort of comes out. So there's a lot of like trying to guess who your partner might be any given moment based on how people are playing, and you're trying to take points. But so there's it's a little bit complicated, but you're playing, it's kind of like low stakes gambling, but it's mostly a way to smack talk and have like a good time. And it's about being able to read people well enough to figure out if they're just pretending to be your partner or if they actually are your partner without necessarily giving it away until all the points are then, because at the end they're like, okay, now let's expose who got how many points, and then whoever are the partners, they add their scores together, and whoever has the most right wins. So you don't really know how you're doing until the very end of that sort of round. So how do you go about, how does this look?
Well, I've never played that game before, but is it possible to identify your
it's a made-up
partner
game.
during the court? Okay, sure. Okay, so let's just say this. So if it's something where you don't know until the end, but is it something that like if you were astute enough, you could figure out who your partner was? Okay. So if that's
Yes.
the case, then Val would sit back, and if that role is indicative of like like an hour's worth of play or something,
Yeah. Yeah.
then what he would do is he would play kind of conservatively, like he would know when he like getting a feel
Hmm.
for the rules, and he would win a little bit, lose a hand or something like that. I don't know what they're playing for, but whatever it is, he would stay close to
Yeah.
even
Yeah.
until he identified that he and Emma were partners. And then as soon as
Hmm.
he finds that out, he plays so fucking aggressive that it would not be off-putting to the table, but
Yeah.
it would
Yeah.
be it would like the equivalent of him jumping up onto the table and, challenging them all to a brawl or something. It's just a
Yeah.
night and
Yeah.
day light switch
Yeah.
switch. So he that's how he would play. And
And
then as when
usually,
they were, like, towards the end of the round, he would, like, look over at her and wink just so she could
yeah.
see it, and he would know that she was
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. And I think that when you figure out who your partner is, or in this particular version of this game, when you think you know, what you can do is feed points to your partner, right? You know what I mean? If you're like, oh, right, because like the thing is, like, you don't necessarily want to undercut your partner if they are your partner, but if you don't
Right.
know, you know, it's one of those things where like, but once you know, if you think you've got it, then you can feed points to them, they can feed points to you, and you can actually then dominate in this really aggressive way. But if you don't know yet, you don't want to like feed points to somebody you think is your partner and then they're not your partner. Then you're like, oh, sucks, right? And so
Right.
this kind of very, you're like, oh, guessed wrong.
So,
And I think this way in which you got it, right?
right, so Trooper, would that role be enough where he could perform that type of okay, so that's what he
Oh,
does then, yeah. As soon as he
absolutely.
finds out or,
Yeah,
early in the hand, when he finds out
yeah,
that Emma's his partner, he just starts feeding her what he knows
yeah.
she needs.
And back, like, because there's a lot of like, it's like, I think it's a lot of like double bluffing, like that kind of a thing. And you too, it's sort of embarrassing for the people who are not you two. And of course, when you reveal the cards at the end to find out who actually are partners, it was you two. And people are like, how did you know? Right. And you're playing a couple of rounds of this, and it keeps happening, right? Like you always know who your partner is, right? And you're able to like trade cards in a way, and you always end up getting her, and people are like, how did you know? And like you guys are just cleaning up the table. And like the professor like wanders by and is about to and then can't, and then wanders back off to the corner. Like he's hovering various places. Terica, what are you doing? And there's a lot of laughter and smack talk, like, oh, we're going to get you this time, right? And then like, it doesn't work. And it's just so much joy over there. So much, oh yeah, woo!
I think Terica definitely notices it and notices the Emma Val connection that's happening there. But I think they're probably just they would have checked in with Quint after the fight and apologized for the connection.
Please do.
I don't think that they would know though that Quint had seen what they saw. They would just be like, "I'm so sorry. I didn't know that it would connect to you like that. I'm so sorry.
What were
I
you?
just wanted."
What were you doing? I mean, that's pretty fucked up. That whole like,
Wait, you saw it too?
You didn't connect to show me that specifically? Is that not how that...
No, it's just been happening. Sue is connected to the Viridian somehow, and
Yes.
it's messing with Val, and
Yes.
I'm seeing this. That was the worst. Honestly, I've never. You saw it too.
Yes, I did. In fact,
I'm so
there's a
sorry.
bit of blood in the arena. I picked it up though.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Like actual?
Greenish blood-like substance, yes. That we saw dripping. There were a couple of drips.
Like physical? Like
And I'll just like pull out like the little like probably like handkerchief in my pocket. There's probably like a couple green splatters on there.
Like dark
Oh.
green.
So now he can become real somehow. That's great. Oh, that's great. Oh,
But
that's
it's
so good.
Val's hurting him somehow. And he's trying to get help.
Val? No, he's hurting Val.
I think it might be a mutually negative arrangement.
In the background, the professor was like hovering to see, and then it was like, oh, this looks like a very serious conversation. And then just kind of like,
I'll be like, oh,
it's
Professor, you
off.
wanted to have a word, didn't you?
oh, yes.
And
Oh,
I'll like talk
yeah.
later in more private and less public. Yes,
Yes, that would be
Oh.
good.
Yes. Who? Captain? Harlock? Who? Yes, I'm sure
yes, that's
we
right.
have been introduced. I'm not technically, but I was, they said my name. Professor,
did.
you know. Yes. You told me about Halpazoni. It's University of Regina. Actually, full professor. Sure.
You said you
know,
studied Drinax, or were curious about it.
No. No, I don't study Drinax. No. But I actually, don't know if you know my work. I am fairly
No,
well.
please enlighten me.
Oh,
I've traveled so much, it's hard
well,
to, keep in
it is,
touch
yes.
sometimes.
Oh,
Just-
well,
The overview, if you will. What's your speciality,
Oh.
sir?
Wait. So, I have more than one thing to say, actually, but it's all right. So, okay, wait.
Just say one of them, and then we'll go from there.
Yes, my specialty, I'm an archaeologist. Now, so you know, the Spinward March, the University of Regina is in the Regina system, and it is sort of
I'm sorry.
known, stop it. It is known to be the best
Is it a
university in
moist
charted
planet?
space.
Oh.
It's hot.
Yeah, I bet it is.
Yes.
A lot of
Hot
humidity.
planet.
Yeah.
Yes, but yeah. And
Oh,
it is,
how
but it is.
university planets are.
But yes, but it is the most famous university in charted space, in known space. It is the place that is it is the seat of learning. That anybody who's that is the place. They are the
I'm
ones
immediately very
who.
interested in this planet.
Mhm. If you wanted to know anything about the ancients, they probably have somebody who specializes in the ancients, right? That is a place. It is, of course, an imperial space, but it is the center
I'm sorry,
of
hold on a
learning.
moment. Is it in current Imperial space, or was it once in Soleimani space? Because that's a question.
No. It is currently. It is. I'm going to see if I can bring up this map if you go to
just
travelermap.com.
Yes.
If you go to travelermap.com, I'm going to have I'll have the I'm going to pull it up for the audience, but it is itself.
Regina.
Let me yes, Regina. I don't know why you find this sort of interesting or amusing. It seems quite normal.
Oh, it's
to
pretty.
me.
It's pretty up northward up there. Yes.
Yes, it is. It's quite northward, Regina. Yes, let me get where's my, there it is. There we go. All right. So, dear audience, so that you might be able to see it, here's our map. This is right there is the planet of Regina. Right there, you can see it. And I'm going to zoom out a little bit. So there's Regina. And Regina is right here in the Spinward Marches, right over there. If you see that large blue area, that's the Zodani consulate. So it's actually not
they
that
can't-
far from Zodani space.
It's very
They can't
wet.
see
There's
it.
a lot of water.
Oh, wait, you're right. They can't see it. You're right. Thank you. Let me transition right over there.
Is the
And then
university's mascot a beaver?
Yes. Why do you ask?
Right.
No,
Okay. Also.
they
Why-
tried to
why
go
do
with
you-
Taco, but it wasn't an actual animal, so it was like
Yeah.
No, no,
The
no.
cat was already
Yes.
taken.
So it's just a
Yeah.
beaver
Yes,
holding a taco.
I don't know why. That's surprising. That it's a beaver. No, I have
No,
to.
it's not surprising. That's the best part.
All right, good. Because otherwise, I was.
I'd say
like,
it fits
I don't-
perfectly.
Oh, good. There's the. Let me get my map on.
700 million
Excuse me.
people. That's a nice number.
Yes, there we go.
We have
There's
a naval
there
base,
is
a scout base.
yes. So
Like a lot of people
Regina
say Regina.
is. A lot of people can fit into the Regina. So here is Regina right here, right there. And I'm going to zoom out so that our chat can see this. Come here. So this blue here is the Zodani consulate. So it's after you notice they're actually quite close to each other.
Quite close.
This is that we're there. Now, if we go down, I'm going to just go down a little bit. And here, right over here, is where our Tagonists are currently. So it's quite more coreward, or we might say north, but coreward from where we're at. It's a bit of a journey from Regina to this part of the Trojan Reaches. You know, the Trojan Reaches are quite empty in various ways, and Regina's right on the edge between, the Imperium and the Zodani Consulate, a bit coreward, north of where we're at now. If I were going to, we can do a little jump route from.
Okay,
we're
where on the
currently
map
in-
is it? I know this is pretty cliche, but I'm having trouble finding it.
Oh, you can't find Regina? Well,
I just need some assistance.
if you just type in a
Oh, right here.
search
Okay,
for
thank you. All right.
for,
got it.
for
Okay,
Regina,
found
you
it.
Search
should be able
for
to
the
find it.
Regina.
The R
Yes.
spot. Thank you.
Yes, right there.
Got it. Found it.
it's-
Thank you.
Good. It's about 70 parsecs away. It's like 38 jumps. It's a bit of a distance. He's come quite a long way from
Yes.
Regina.
Traveling for a couple of years. Yeah.
I feel like
Yes,
Tarika
38.
would know about Regina.
Well, yes. I mean,
From their history. Oh, they know that in all the ways.
There's a lot of history with
It
Regina.
has so much history with Regina.
well, now, what I would say is, it's 38 jumps and a jump 2 ship. Although if you get a sort of a jump 3 or jump 4, you can get there faster. But 38 weeks minimum, probably, to get here. But which is actually much less than a year. So, about that sort of a thing. Something like that. Anyway, so, yes. So, the University of Regina is famous. It's like the seat. Now, some people might say that the Drinax University is better, but, nonetheless. So, yes.
It is.
So, I specialize. I
What a
actually
seat
wrote
it
my. Oh, it is. Oh, it's actually much. Well, nonetheless, I did my dissertation. My thesis. It was a landmark. It's very famous. Is on Villani logistics during the 5th Interstellar War. It was actually quite. How you deal with logistics and how do you study logistics from an empire that is, from 10, 12, 13,000 years ago. But that's not why.
Professor-
Yes.
Why do you want to speak to us?
Oh, yes, that's a good question. Well, you see, I have as you know, I'm specialized in naval logistics. Did I ever tell you about the ways in which jump routes and whether or not you have one or two, how many gaps you have can really change the power dynamics of logistics when it comes to how does one... Oh,
Is
Vanessa, I
this
could
why
talk to
you
about...
want to speak to us? Logistics on
No,
jumps trace? Oh, well, what is
no.
it, Professor?
Oh, yes,
Yes.
right. Oh, I have a letter, you see, a letter of introduction. I'm very excited. I'm on my way to Drinax, you see. I have been given a letter of introduction to the... I'm going to go and speak to the king. The king does not know that I'm on my way, but the ambassador does. So I have a letter of introduction. It's very important. Quite hush-hush. Very secret. Very important. You know, very important.
May
Did
I
I
see
ever tell
it?
you... Oh, it's...
Yes, but we're
it's...
from Drinax.
Well, yes, but now I will say there is an imperial ambassador and an Aslan ambassador in the floating palace. There are a couple of different sorts of ambassadors in the floating palace who are there, and there is an Now I will note that being the ambassador to Drinax is an embarrassing, sad post because it's not a real place, right? So if you're like, do you know what I mean? Like,
Is it like the? It's like the like worst thing. Like if you messed up really badly, then they're like, oh well, you're going to Drinax.
Right? Yeah, yeah. So, Ambassador Thal Pollock, I'm sure you must know him. Yeah, he's the Imperial Ambassador, and I have a letter that will get me to have him introduce me to the king because I need an audience with the king. And if you are Drinaxians, could you take me to Drinax? I feel like if I arrive there, it will be much more useful. Because after all, I have a very secret mission about a fabulous treasure with who knows how much money. And I wouldn't want anyone to know about it. I mean, but could I ever tell you about the treasure I'm looking for? This is amazing. I have spoken about it. I'm not supposed to speak about it because, secret treasure, but I've told a lot of people about it because it is amazing. It's the archaeological find that you could never quite imagine.
Oh,
yes.
Go on. Now you've piqued my interest, really.
Oh, treasure. So, now, I try not to tell anyone this because, I'm traveling. I've been traveling quite some ways to get here to Drinax. And it takes a while, actually. But, so, treasure. The great lost treasure of the old Sindalian Empire.
Oh my goodness.
That's a fairy tale.
Wrapped with attention. Go on.
That's a fairy tale. That doesn't exist. What evidence do you have that proves that it still is reality?
Well, I will not tell you, but I actually have real evidence. Something very secret that people would probably kill me for if they knew that I had it.
Real
On my
evidence.
person right now.
I have heard a significant number of people make similar claims with no evidence to procure or present.
Wasn't I?
And he reaches in to his pouch and he pulls out, right, this orb. It's about so big, right? And it's this sort of bronze metallic orb with circuits all running through it. And it looks sort of like, it has the same kind of aesthetic as your ship, right? This sort of, and it's clearly got like circuitry in it. This thing must be 2,000 years old, maybe? Something like that? Yes.
Would Terrica recognize it from like their training, their historical training or anything like that? Okay.
No. This here, if you do not know this is a message globe of old Sindal. But this, I know you won't believe it. And he puts it away. I would like to note, if this is what he says it is, we're probably talking like something that's probably should be in a museum, and is probably
this should be in a museum. Yes.
Yes, yes.
The Drinaxian one, to be
What are we
precise.
talking about?
Hello. Yes. I I'm talking about the Admiral, the Admiral Laity Sever Plus. That's what I'm talking about.
It's Baron
What?
Severance is how you would pronounce it.
No, the Admiral Laity Sever Plus, the
Someone
great
else.
Sindalian Admiral, the greatest Admiral the old Sindalian Empire ever had. Actually, that's who I'm talking about. Do,
You're saying this is his message sphere, globe, cube?
no, no, no. This is. All right. I tried to explain to somebody about this when I was at a Starport bar, and they were not listening. So I would listen to you. Now, I'm
Can't
not
believe
telling
that.
anyone. No, first
How
off,
rude of them.
I needed to get. I know. I wanted to get passage to Drinax. I told them I'm going on my way to Drinax, and I was like, great treasure. So they, and they just walked off. Nonetheless, and actually, somebody tried to kidnap me recently, but that's neither here nor there. What happened was, the Sindalian Empire, the great old Sindalian Empire. This is also why I'm here. So yes.
Oh,
So,
yes. Hush, hush. Yes.
yes. Don't tell anyone about the great treasure that I might know where to find if I could just get your help. The help of Drinax,
Would love to
yes.
help.
So,
Go on.
by the way,
I mean,
I've never actually.
Maybe we do.
Oh, I've never actually left Regina before, so this is my first time actually leaving, going off on a grand adventure. I took a sabbatical so I could go on a grand adventure. Could you imagine?
for you.
I've mostly. Yes, I think so too. All right, so, the great Sindalian Empire. The early emperors were great and noble. That's what they say. I've done so much studying about this. So much studying. So, great Sindalian Empire. But then, near the end of the Sindalian Empire, they ruled the empire not through honor, but through fear and violence. Any sort of planet in the old Sindalian. Can you believe we're right here where the old Sindalian Empire used to be? Anyway, so, ruled. I say ruled, yes, ruled their empire through chemical, biological warfare, and orbital bombardments. Terrible weapons they would use to bomb to smithereens any sort of resistance from any sort of wayward planets. And then, of course, they became so tyrannical, the sort of corrupt. I was talking about the corrupt and evil end of the Sindalian Empire when I was in Dragon's Dome, and they kicked me out. And I really wanted to have a conversation with them because I thought they could help. Nonetheless, that's not the point. So, great Sindalian Empire, right, we're getting to the end. It's about 2,000 years ago. Yes, 2,000 years ago. Yes, and then, do you know, I was thinking about this. If, you wouldn't pay the taxes, they would bomb you, blah, 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 right? Terrible, terrible. And then, of course, what happens? The great and noble Star Guard rose up to fight the sort of corrupt Sindalian Empire, and there was civil war. Amazing, yes? Right, so, imagine this. The Empire's tearing itself apart. Old Noricum, the seat of the old Empire, where the Emperor himself sits, waging war across stars. And then, the finest admiral that the Sindalian Empire ever had. Oh, it's tragic. The Admiral, Laity Sever Plus. Bravest officer, finest officer, most noble officer ever, brilliant mind, like a warrior of everything. He came into his own in this last civil war. How is that ironic? So, the Admiral, Laity Sever Plus, yes, beloved by his crew, feared by his enemies, and both the loyalists and the rebels, including, well, I can't say. That comes to the later part of the story. I don't want to ruin the surprise about,
I hate that.
Ravenhouse. So the rebels and also it was Terrica the first. Anyway, not important. So right. So our admiral was being courted by both sides. Yes. Ooh, join our side. But the Admiral Laity Sever Plus had honor and was loyal and would not betray the Emperor at all. But what could you do in the midst of this terribleness? So, would not betray, because the thing about the Admiral is the Admiral was always quite honorable. And so, the Admiral would wage war, as was asked of him, but would not bombard civilians and did everything that he could to minimize all sorts of civilian death. Quite honorable, which is very odd why all the images of the Admiral has been destroyed. I couldn't find any images of what the Admiral looked like. Nonetheless, not the point. So, big, huge fleet, traveling through the stars, blah, blah, blah. Avoiding direct engagements, all the Harriers and Wyvern-class ships, and attacking enemies, supply lines and fuel dumps, but trying not to kill people as much in this thing. And but if the rebels used sort of chemical weapons or artillery, then the Admiral's wrath was merciless. If you were dishonorable, the Admiral would just wipe you out in a second. But if you were honorable...
They didn't call him the Admiral, the Honorable Admiral Laity Sever Plus for nothing. Isn't that right?
Yes. So, what happens? What's the story? Well, it's going bad. And the rumor has it that there was a plan, a secret plan. And this Admiral, well, rumor has it that the Admiral met up with one of the rebel leaders, Eterica, the Rapenhausen the First, right? They had been fast friends and comrades, and of course this war tore them apart, but they had a secret meeting, that's what the rumors say. We don't know the contents of that meeting, because there's no reporting on it. But then we know that the Admiral went to the Emperor and says, transfer all of the wealth of the Sindalan Empire, the treasury, onto my ship, and I will take it away and hide it so that in case Noricum falls, this will not fall. And the Emperor was going to follow afterwards. But, as we know, the Emperor, the old Noricum, fell too quickly. But here's the thing. What we understand, or how the myth goes, as you say, pilot, the myth, the Emperor sent out 4 message globes, 4 of them, which gave the coordinates of where to find the great treasure of Sindal. Who knows how much money could be there? It could be untold, not the point. The point is 4 globes, message globes are sent out to 4 important dukes, the dukes of the north, south, east, and west. One of which, the 4 Drinax, Idrisil, that's not the point. So 4 message globes. Now these globes are done in such a way that if somebody tries to, you have to have a ducal code, right? The great dukes of the old Sindalan Empire had special codes, like a signet ring, that they could use to open up these message globes. And if somebody tried to tamper and open it without the codes, all the contents would be destroyed. I happen to, in my research, find one of these 4 missing globes. The only globe that we know of to exist. I have it. I don't, however, have any ducal codes. However, and most of all of the old Sindalian empires destroyed, but I do know that Drinax used to be a dukedom, and so I know that Drinax must still have in its archive somewhere an old Sindalian ducal code, which would open up this message globe. That's very secretive. No one should know about it. It's amazing. I can't believe I found it. I got it 20 years ago, and it occurred to me. I was sitting on it, and I was like, wait, I could take sabbatical. I could take leave. I wouldn't have to teach classes or grade, and then I could go for a grand adventure, and then I could go to
Waving that around will
Drinax.
get you killed.
What?
Waving that around will get you killed.
He's right.
Oh, sorry. Yes. But so I'm on my way to Drinax to go and get the ducal code to open up the special message globe that I should put back away. Yes.
Do you know who the Duke of Drinax, or who would have been the leader of Drinax at the time, was? So to just head start your research to see which family might have the code.
Would Terica actually know this information?
It's the same line that is where that Oleb is. Oleb's line would have been the Duke. They've been unbroken since then. So here's my thought. So we think that
Sounds
we think that the other message globes must not have made it to their destinations. They must have just been lost. And so here's the thing. We need the ducal codes, and the only people I know who might have one would be Drinax. So I'm on my way there. I'm so excited. Could you imagine? But I think we probably need all 4 globes, but I have no idea where the other globes could be, except... Where else, besides Drinax, might there be... I am so brilliant. I had never... Yes, might there be old archives of old Sindalian records? Because these globes, according to history, went out just mere days before the collapse of the old Sindalian Empire. And so we just have to find out if there was anything that sort of important happened in terms of reports or, looking at reports from that time. But you see, I think there are only 2 places I can think of that would have archives from the old Sindal Empire, specifically good archives that have not been destroyed, because all these planets are quite dumpy. You see these places, they're terrible. Anyway, it would be
They're
Drinax.
work in progress.
And I'm going to explain it to you because you may not understand. It takes a lot of knowledge and study and years of expertise to be able to figure these things out. Number 1. You see, because number 1 was not bombed in the war. So presumably Dragon's Dome, which was at the time, at the time of the old Sindal Empire, Dragon's Dome was the only dome. Because it was a prison, you see. It was at the back, well back when it was the first settlement, the only dome, and this one here was the second. But they don't have any archives because it's all just prisoners here, But anyway, the Dragon's Dome, they're sort of like an unbroken. They have an archive, and so I went down there to speak, to get access to the archive. I said, I'm a professor at the University of Regina, and I'd like to see your archive, and also I talked about the end of the Sindalian War and how.
Yes.
How
they didn't take that well, I imagine.
No, they kicked me out.
So tragic. Yes. And I had a telepathic link with Tarek. Is that still up?
I don't
no,
think Tarek would have known to.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
But
they wouldn't have known how to take it down.
About a couple of sort of dissipates after a couple of minutes. They don't last that long. The only people who have can have a permanent link without it falling out at this point would be Val and the Harlock.
Yeah, Quint just shoots Terica a look that says, "Do you want me to get this globe?"
Terica, without hesitation, is just it's just the tiniest little nod.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
so, Professor, that's quite tragic. Sorry to hear that.
Well, yes, but you see, I think if we get into these archives over at Dragon's Dome, we could go and look up the time frame around when this all happened and see if they have any news of courier ships with these message globes, because I imagine we would need all 4 and Drinaxian's ducal code, and I was hoping that perhaps they might have images of the Great Admiral, Laity Sever Plus, because for somebody so famous and well-known, I find it quite odd that there are no images of him anywhere. They've all been struck from the record, which I find quite odd, really. But I was hoping I might be able to...
odd. Professor, I'm sorry. I got so excited about this information we were spouting. What was your name again?
Professor Yutal Mirobar Haut Belzodi. The ambassador's expecting me. I sent a word ahead.
Can I just call you Yutal for short?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Sure.
I'm a bit thirsty all this talking, We should really... Could you care for a drink? We could talk about this some more.
Have water.
Oh, yes, I'd love some water. But I was hoping that I might contract you to take me to Drinax. Would that be all right? Can I become a passenger upon your ship and just go to Drinax?
We don't laugh that hard at him.
No, Terica doesn't laugh at all. They're just staring at him very quietly.
How much are you paying?
Quint has a look on on their face that just says, "I've dealt with this kind of person a lot, and I'm used to this."
Oh, well,
And
I
what
could
does that look
actually
like?
pay. I could pay high passage rates. So,
Right.
absolutely, I don't mind paying high passage rates to get because I have
believe
said
there's a
multiple
couple of
times.
stops on the way.
Oh, I don't care as long as I can
Don't
get there.
mind? Oh, so you don't mind taking the scenic route? Well, perhaps that's something we can
No,
discuss
no.
over some, what was that delightful thing they had over there? And I'll, like, guide the professor.
As
Did I
he's
tell
being
you
guided out,
logistics?
Terika will as he's being guided out, Terika will also like hand him their comm number because they intend to go to the archives tomorrow.
Mhm.
And it would be very useful if he could do that other research while they're doing their research.
Mhm.
That's where their head's at
Yes.
anyway.
I think
Yes. So
as Quint takes and guides him away, I just continue to follow, confused at why, and still
I was trying
listening.
to save you all partially, and then B to get the thing.
but
Oh, I know.
but I don't
Terika
know
just-
this, but
passage.
After they
This is
like
how we
exchange numbers, Terika
so
just like
much money.
stays where they are and is like,
And I'll tell
head
Terika,
in
tell Quint,
hands.
sorry for me?
Yes, I will. Sure. Yes, I will.
Very confusing.
Yep.
This is like.
That's some
I'm
passenger
sorry,
this, and I'll hand him an alcoholic beverage.
pilot. I know you don't think it's real, and he's shouting this so that you can hear him. But the
definitely can't hear
fabled
you from this
treasure
range.
is worth.
Oh,
it's
look, I
real.
spilled my drink all over you.
Oh,
I'm so sorry.
Oh, no.
Here, let me help you
Terika
clean this
will-
up.
Because he's like yelling, and there's even though that like Terika will like stand up and leave the general arena, and they'll end up assuming in some sort of alley or something that's like offbeat. Like they're trying to get some peace and quiet.
Quint's like, okay, now I have to also protect this person because they just yell this really loudly. This is fine.
Also, as Terika's leaving, Harlok's kind of wandering around like, what was that orb that he was waving around?
And he was. It's secret. Don't tell anybody though. But he's got a precious artifact.
What was this whole thing about?
It's a messenger orb, apparently tied to the old Sindalian treasure. Potentially, I don't know. I think he believes it exists. I've been told my entire life it's a lie, so I couldn't tell you. But I've never seen anything like that, and it certainly looked like more technology than I'm familiar with.
He shouldn't
It
be
could be
waving around.
possible.
He's going to get himself killed.
Yes, well, he wants to travel with us, and Severance is wondering what kind of berth, and I'm just hoping that Quint can procure the ball without travel.
Well, just because he travels with us doesn't mean he has to make it to his destination. Can I have some
We
more?
are not murdering people! Oh my god! And then that's when Terika will like definitely like whatever quiet space they can find, wherever they can find it. If it's between like pallets, that's where they're gonna like bunker down for right now.
Yep. He says, I have a letter of, from the Chancellor of the University of Regina. Oh, the ambassador.
Amazing. Here. Have one of these.
What is this letter? May I see it?
Oh, well, and he like picks out the globe, and he puts it. And he goes,
I'll hold that for you.
and he hands you the letter.
I read it.
The letter is on university. It's on university stationery, and it is a letter that says, dear ambassador, as previous communications have noted, the bearer of this letter, is the professor. And like you get this, what this is, it's an official letter from the University of Regina to the Imperial Ambassador at Drinax, Thalpolok, which you gather a couple of things.
What's the emboss of the Regina seal feel like?
It's nice, right? It's like it's raised. It's got like a nice little
It's got like grooves, like ridges.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got
Nice.
I'm gonna give you two things, right? it is got a slight kind of, it's got some watermark in there. It's got like a kind of slight kind of like anti-forgery technology, but not high
Cool.
level, because
They
it's a
often do.
university, not the government, right?
Got it.
Yeah.
But it is also the
So
premier
still a
university.
business. Got it.
Yeah,
Okay.
but it's not like people who aren't good forgers probably wouldn't be able to do it. But if you were a decent forger, you probably, and you have this stuff, you probably could. It's the kind of it's like a really good lock, but it's not like a high security government lock. But what you gather is that it's a letter of
Understood.
introduction, sort of giving his bona fides, letting the ambassador know that what he wants, which are these ducal codes, that he has one of the 4 lost message globes, and that this one came from was headed towards the Duke of Alba, from the world of Alba, right? So one of these sort of planets that's currently an imperial protectorate. That it was, this globe was supposed to go to that place, but never made it, and he has it, but they need the code to open it up, and that he would like this letter, that the chancellor would like that he's legitimate, that the professor actually is who he says he is, and that he would like, the university would appreciate if the ambassador would entreat upon the king to give the professor the codes so they can open it up. You also get from this letter that the ambassador knows that he's coming, at about the timetable when he should arrive, and that
The ambassador to what? To number 1?
the ambassador to Drinax. So there's an imperial ambassador in the floating palace, and this letter is to the ambassador on Drinax.
Got it.
Because basically all the other dukes are probably dead. Their planet's destroyed. The only one who'd be around left is King Oleb. And so the only person who could probably open up this globe to find out what's inside of it, the great mysteries, would be the King of Drinax. And so he's on his way there to get an audience with the king, to get the king's codes to open up the globe.
And the message says that the ambassador knows that this professor is coming. Does it say anything about the king knowing that he's coming?
No.
No.
The
ambassador does.
No. Yeah. Because this is imperial to imperial, right? So this is clearly about the politics here seem like this guy's an imperial ambassador. The vibe being that if you, imperial ambassador, can get the king to say yes, and this expedition is successful, and they can find whatever this fabled treasure of Sindal is, which Tarika says does not exist. Tarika's mother says does not exist. Probably the king of Drinax would probably also say doesn't exist. But that would be on the off chance it does. That would be an amazing. That would probably be really good for the career of the ambassador who is stuck on Drinax. So if you can get this help and it actually works out and is actually a real thing, that would probably be very good for the career of the ambassador. So there's clearly hey, you help us out to get this thing and it'll be great for you, and just got to convince the king to let him.
It would be even better if a group of privateers got a hold of the treasure and the Imperials got absolutely no credit for it. I'm just theoretically just spitballing here,
Sure. He is an expert on the subject, and could you do it without him is a question.
Oh, it's okay. He doesn't have to know.
That's a different thing altogether.
We're ambassadors, yeah. Come on, yeah, come on, guys. Come on the ship. It'll be fun.
I have a lot of. I like the idea, but there's a lot of political red flags that fly up when I'm thinking about just making this guy disappear.
Oh, he doesn't have to disappear. He can just go back home on a sabbatical, having failed miserably because the treasure doesn't exist. Because we could help him find it, which would be even cooler than the ambassador finding it. Like if the professor got credit for finding a treasure, that would look for his university.
Of course.
It's very clear that the professor is planning on doing this himself. He just needs to get the codes to get the message. Right?
But if we helped him get the treasure, we could also maybe he doesn't know what's happening at the helm. If we tweak the coordinates of something or other, then the treasure's not there. Or he could help us find it, and then he could disappear afterwards.
Also, he is asking to get killed. So
yeah, we could prevent that, maybe.
Well, either we could prevent it, or
He's
I
asking to
guarantee
get
you.
killed?
Listen, I guarantee you,
If he
everyone
went
who
missing, no
knows
one would
him
be
knows that he's
surprised.
asking to get killed. So,
Yes.
Um,
Oh my
so
gosh.
if he wants sabbatical and just
I killed a
disappear,
threat to our entire crew, and everyone loses their shit. But now this guy is slightly annoying, and everybody wants him dead.
I don't want him
have
dead.
you
I just
heard
want
this
to
conversation?
This is. Did I tell you that somebody tried to kidnap me just the other day?
did mention that. How tragic. What
Yes, you did,
happened
tragic.
exactly? Please go on.
Oh, well, there's this ship that was up there on the Highport Downport.
Downport. Yes.
Yes, they were up there, and I thought that maybe I could get passage. And I told them all about the message globe and the treasure of Sindal. Sort of boisterous fellow. And he describes this guy.
I was gonna say, is it the guy that I noticed?
Yes, it is. It is exactly that guy who had the ship with like pulling in a lot of really expensive cargo onto the ship.
But his ship had no
and
name on the side, which was a little sketchy and a little sus. And I think he might have
did
been a
not.
pirate. Yes.
No, he was clearly somebody with a lot of expensive cargo that you could just steal from him.
Just get anywhere.
Mhm,
Yeah,
mhm.
that too. Or he's a pirate we could
He was
steal
like-
from.
Well, I mean, his ship seemed to have no weaponry on it. They just you just saw them
seemed-
loudly.
Look, we have hidden weapons
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
Like
You
I
don't
have a
have
hidden
hidden
weapon on me at
weapons.
all times.
Well, you do, yes. But your ship
No
does not have hidden
games.
weapons. But nonetheless, it was a
Or
ship that did
it's
not
the
seem
little
to be armed.
baby ship attached to their big armed ship that steals things, and they just shuttle off to port with the goods. Yeah.
And they were just talking very loudly. And they were just talking very loudly about all the expensive goods they were putting into their cargo hold and how they were going to be
were.
leaving, but they were very slow. Anyway, so that sounds like the exact same ship, as a matter of fact. And he's like, well, yes,
Cool.
and I was thinking about booking passage because I wanted to get to Drinax. I told them that, and then, one of them tried to grab me, and I felt, I kicked him in the shin, I ran, and then, what happened was
Good
that
for
these
you.
lovely people with the yellow came and they saved me, and they said I could stay down here until I could get someone to take me off the planet. So I want to thank all the freedmen here, because if it weren't for them, I would have probably been kidnapped by now. Which could you
Yes,
imagine
I
someone would
assume
do
so.
that?
There's a bunch of ruffians out there in the wild world of space. I
Yeah.
understand. So, what's your budget like for transportation to Drinax? Knowing that
well,
this is
I
probably
can-
what Severance wants to talk about.
I can pay high passage rates is what I can do. Which I actually said, yes, I can pay high passage rates. I said that quite loudly. Anyway, why do you think they tried to kidnap me? What do you think that was about?
Well,
Probably
it could
just a
be, I
bunch
don't
of
know, the
good
artifact that you're
ruffians.
waving around.
Oh. Well, I don't think they would try to steal the artifact. If they don't have the code, it'll be pointless, You can't get in.
There's a lot of people who aren't quite as smart as, well, yourself and us, obviously. Professor.
Yes. Well, but you could get me to Drinax, yes? You just ooh.
What is high passenger rates, out of curiosity,
it
Trooper? Because
does,
I don't know.
They're good.
Well,
They're good. Okay.
Yeah,
they are, depending on how things go here, we may be making a short stint. We need messages sent to the king. So there's probably the best way to deliver those messages is straight there with us.
Oh,
And if that is the case, then we will have, we would take you on. As
well-
far as where and when we go back to Drinax, I will be talking to my crew about it. If we can't, then it's very simple. We could maybe see if we can procure a separate ship to make this trip just for you.
Well, I mean, I don't mind standing up there, just waiting for some ship because I can pay high passage. Fine. I actually said to someone I can pay high passage. That's where this loud ship
It would be
came.
only a
See?
matter of time as well, considering the deals that we have struck for number one and Drinax, or at least these domes and Drinax. Travel
Well,
between both number one to Drinax shall be on the rise. So it's really a matter if you want to wait for some sort of port to be built, or if you wish to go sooner than later.
I'd rather
Yeah,
go
it's not a
sooner
lot of
than
ships
later.
traveling to Drinax from here, so probably your best bet, really.
Well, you're Drinaxians, which means you're safe. So I would love to go with you. That would be. I could imagine if I flew in on a Drinaxian ship, I'd probably have a much better reception. Did I tell you about the lost treasure? Actually, did I tell you about grain prices? I could tell you about grain prices.
Aye.
Oh, well, you see, if you're using
Why
biological
did you tell me
weapons
about
to
grain
mutate.
prices on this about why we have this grain alcohol?
Yes, yes. I'm gonna need a roll from you. I'm gonna need a
Certainly.
roll from you.
Yes.
Endurance-based carouse check.
Oh, if only my endurance wasn't reduced right now. It's fine. I'm only a little injured. Endurance-based carouse. And I'm not drinking nearly as
Yes.
much as I'm encouraging him to drink. I just want it to be known.
Yeah,
He seems
he's a
to
very
have
slow
similar
drinker. Yeah, but he doesn't drink super fast.
It's okay.
But,
I'm sipping.
A little buzzed.
Yeah. All right. I am Quint. Here we go. Boop, 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 boop. Carouse and based endurance. Whew, here we go.
Yes, please. You need an 8.
I did not get an 8. Ooh. I could spend the luck. That'd be a lot of luck, though.
It's up to you.
You know what? No, I'm not gonna do it. I'm just gonna hang out with this guy. If I'm a little tipsy, that's fine.
Severance.
Mm-hmm.
You can see that the Harlock is sort of insulting the professor. Doesn't think that she is, but is not taking the grain conversation. There's a bit of an eye roll here or there. Like it's just
yeah.
Yeah, and it is not great. It's not protocol. Not
Right.
Yeah.
I will probably just raise my hand and lower the glass that you're offering, and almost like force feeding and I just sort of I go, no, please tell me why you wish to talk to me about these grain prices.
Oh, it's for grain prices.
I don't care
And
about
he
them. I
will.
want to know why you wish to tell me about them.
Oh, well, I feel as if you don't understand. Well, if anyone, well, first off, I am an expert in grain logistics from 3,000 years ago to 1,200 years ago. And if you could understand the amazing sort of detail of how different grain strains impact the rise and fall of empires, especially when we're talking about biological warfare with crops. And then I think if you can understand that, you can understand the history of the entire universe.
Don't you think he would get along rather well, Harlock, with our doctor?
I don't know if I'd go quite that far, but perhaps.
I don't know. I think that there is definitely something that you both could flap your gabs about.
Oh, you have a doctor. I would love to meet your doctor.
Yes, he's
because
a master surgeon.
Oh, he's a surgeon. Well, I am a surgically
if not
sharp
the
with
system's best.
And he's going to sort of like be sort of like happy to be brought to wherever some other person who knows about grain and doctoring. And he'll be sort of like brought to.
And I will then sashay him towards Val, wherever Val is.
Val's
Quint
in
is
this
just gonna
game that's
hover
breaking
in
up.
the background just in case somebody needs the X. Just making sure the orb doesn't get stolen from him while he's flashing it around everywhere. That's all.
Val is going to be thrilled to have this hangout with Emma interrupted by
Yep.
the doctor. I can
Yep.
I'll not
or
do
the
Yeah.
that.
professor. I'm sorry.
This is how
Yep.
this guy
Yep.
is. 100%.
Mhm.
Severance brings this professor over to the table who had been hovering as your game is breaking up, and Emma's going to take you away somewhere else that is not here. And then they arrive, and he's like, I'm being introduced. Hello, I am the professor.
Is Val here, or are they about to leave?
Yeah, Val's about. It looked like Emma was going to maybe take Val away to her quarters, but you've arrived, and the professor is very excited.
Val, a moment. This is a professor that is very.
I'll see you. And he walks off.
I was a great.
I knew that was gonna happen.
What? Fiddlesticks. Well,
Water?
yes, please. And that is about where we're going to take our break, as he has let you know that there is a very, very mythical treasure that you might be able to find information about in the Dragon's Dome archives, which he cannot get access to because he upset people too much over there by saying things about the Sindalian Empire. But
He let us and
You know.
everyone else within a 20-foot radius know about it.
yeah, he did. But I just would like to point out it's 38 parsecs between Regina and here, which meant that he had to be on ships from Regina to here, and he does not seem like the kind of person who.
Oh my god.
Yep.
The whole galaxy knows what is happening right now.
Mhm.
We're gonna go to break. I just want to give love for the tone of voice that Ari gave, which was the "Oh no."
What? It's gonna be us against the world chasing this treasure down. That's what's happening right now.
Mhm.
There might be some other people who've heard about the treasure. It is true. Maybe just one or
Have at him,
two.
Val. Have at him.
He does seem to know something about
we're
a.
gonna refuel. So
Yeah. He does seem to know something about the story of an admiral, Laity Severa Plus, and dear friend, this Terrica.
I had a question for you about that.
Mm-hmm.
Terrica's vision, the Severance
Yes.
that was standing beside Terrica, did they
Yeah.
have admiral bars on his shoulders?
That's weird. Why would you ask that?
Did I have Admiral?
Just curious. Just curious.
Yes, the answer
In
is
that- in
yes.
that little vision?
Uh,
The answer is yes?
Yes.
I had a feeling. I had a
I
feeling.
knew.
Cool.
Well, of course, that's why there's no pictures, because he's living forever and he can't let anybody know it.
That's number one rule of living forever. No pictures.
Mhm.
No
right,
pictures.
No pictures.
Knew it.
Which means,
Yeah,
you know what they need to do,
take
Severance?
my picture.
Pictures everywhere. Just fuck
Only
him up.
sculpture.
Only sculptures.
That's right.
I wonder what the impact would be if your picture were everywhere. I mean, I know the Harlech worked so hard to make sure you were not visible everywhere. But you know
awful.
what? I think it would be a great idea to make yourself really visible.
It would be different if
Everywhere.
Marry more
Right.
underneath all of them.
Right.
Yeah.
This picture's not me. That one says Marrymore under it.
I'm
Laity
Severance.
Plus.
I
Yeah,
just
I
got one of
said
those
it, silly.
faces, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I have resting Admiral face.
Resting Admiral Admiral Laity Plus. But that's a story for after break, everyone. We're gonna take a break, 10 minutes. Stretch yourself, drink some fluids, and when we get back, you know,
I'm gonna
We'll
speed eat
probably,
a burger, and when we get back, I'm gonna have indigestion. All right, Chad?
yeah. You know, I'll just
Why?
ask you. I suppose before we go to break, let me ask you. Do you, everybody but Val, do you all go back up to your ship for the evening? I think everybody
Terica, I
but
think
Val.
passes.
Everybody but Val.
I think Terica passes out in between those little pallets. I don't think they intended to. I think they just wanted peace and quiet, but like
Back
they
to the
haven't
ship for
slept
the
in
evening.
48 hours, so I think that's what happens.
Y'all sleep here in Falaka tonight, don't you?
I think we all sleep in Falaka.
Oh, sleep.
I think also just like I think one, we travel as a group and we want to make sure
I'm
like,
not
we got
sleeping.
with the crew, right? Uh-huh. And
Nice.
but I also think that like it's a real hassle going back and forth from Dragonstone
is.
to
It
here.
is.
So
It is.
I think it's probably as much as we I don't for Severance, as much as we don't like it or he doesn't like it, we're probably staying here somewhere. He
Yep.
would probably rather be on the ship, but
Yep.
I think it's probably makes sense for us to be here.
Which
At
means
least
they will
that's
give you
Severance's
quarters.
mind.
Yeah, they will give you
Karlach
quarters to
stays in the
sleep.
bar. Karlach is
What
not.
would quarters would be?
There are guest quarters which are actually still attached to this building, which seems to be like the main kind of like administrative but also guest sort of building for important guests. So I imagine you're going to have a very lovely night in Falaka. Some of you more lovely than others. The professor will talk for hours
Mm-hmm.
Good.
about
Yep.
Villani trade logistics, about the end of the old Sindalian Empire. Like, we'll just talk for a very long time about the effects of biological warfare on grain and how this can actually lead to the end of an empire because if the grain cannot propagate itself, because it has been, they've been, like, there's a lot.
I think Severance is actually like actively listening.
Oh, power
mhm.
to you, man. Power to you.
Quint would try,
Okay,
but would be more
forever.
worried about the orb getting stolen or the guy getting ganked. So it's just gonna.
I think there is. I mean, when it comes to like grain and stuff, it's sort of boring, but with what Severance has been sort of realizing lately with the crew, he is trying to see where he can make correlations with Val and this guy and how we can get this to work.
Yeah. One thing you will get is that the old Sindalian Empire had technology that allowed them to create chemical biological weapons that could rework DNA of things. And they would send these weapons to planets and make it
And
so
remove
that
their
their
eyebrows.
brain could no longer grow.
Oh, okay.
Right? So that, yeah. So they could actually make all of they could just starve planets. So like they had weapons
Interesting.
that would make it so that they could change the genetic makeup of the plants and the crops in a targeted way.
To be
So
fair,
that
that is
those
a
crops.
fascinating topic.
It
Yeah,
is a
I'm
fascinating
interested.
topic. Yes.
It is in
Greg, like
context
genophage?
to-
Yeah.
Huh.
in
Yeah,
context
they-
to, I
they
don't know,
have-
a free field.
Yes, indeed. But they seem to have the ability, the old Sindal have the ability to target specific sorts of organisms, mess with their genetics, mutate them, and they use that as a weapon to destroy people they didn't like.
Starve them.
And, so which then, of course, led to all sorts of logistical problems of having to take wheat from one place to the next. And then, of course, the pressure it put on the smaller agricultural planets. And if you actually listen to him, there's some interesting things in there about the kinds of capabilities that the old Sindal had and how brutal they were. And how this admiral... There's some questions about what happened because... What you might learn is the admiral went missing, and no one knows what happened to them.
Oh.
Missing?
No one was hey. Meanwhile, I'm like
The shock on this screen right now is overwhelming.
That's
My
more
goodness.
things I think that is like keeping keeping Severance engaged in this conversation. So those things that crop up, and him just being like,
And that there was this kind of like that this admiral like was basically going to go and do some kind of like take all the treasure, right? So like and then they went missing, and nobody knows if they stole the treasure, or if they were killed, or what happened to this
He's been using it for
super
the last
heroic.
millennia to live off of. Like, what a sweet retirement fund.
Mhm.
Maybe
The
let's take a
Made a
comeback.
pair of glasses.
The
out of
professor is
treasure.
talking to
Yeah.
Severance. They say the admiral didn't have any eyebrows, and you know they say he looks a lot like you for some reason. Oh, how strange!
That's so bizarre.
Oh, how interesting that is.
Well, the only thing that might be interesting is that there was once a rumor that the admiral showed up later. An old friend saw him sometime later. We don't know if this is true, but said that his personality had changed completely. Was like a different person altogether. And so no one, but that story is clearly not true. And like it would just like go on
Some
and like
old friends.
yeah, we're gonna take our break while they ponder this, and when we start up after break, it will be the next day, and you will have been brought back up to your ship, so you can do what you need to do down whatever you want to do. The professor would like to come with you. You can decide because he's like, ooh, people from Drinax. I just want to hang out with you all the time. But we will.
That sounds
We'll
like
find out, everybody.
torture.
For me.
Wants to hang out with
I'm all
you
for it.
all the time.
Wow.
In and out of character.
By the way, he does not seem to be very observant about.
Nope.
No way.
Yeah.
Quint's job on
Whoa.
the ship is about to be this guy's fucking shadow. Like that, I get the feeling is that's what that's about.
He apparently was rescued from kidnapping by the freedmen who are like, oh god, this guy's gonna be kidnapped. Let's go save him, right? And yeah.
Lots of rescuing.
This was the bodyguard work I
I'm
envisioned,
about
but,
to
you know.
promote Quint. You're gonna get paid actual crew money.
Oh, wow.
Whoa.
I thought it was going to be an unpaid promotion.
We
I have a
will
feeling that
be
work's
back.
not going to be worth the pay, though. It's just
No.
it's the work.
All right, then you know, you don't have to take the money, but it's offered.
No, I'll take the money.
No,
We'll take
all
the
right. Already said-
We will be back in 10, everybody. Go get yourself some, like, you know, water and stretch. Welcome back, everyone. We are back. When we last left, our antagonists were having a time. They were having the time of their life. They've never felt this way before. And I swear, it's the truth, that they owe it all to... Yes! Greg. The people were a little bit too drunk to leave the dome city of Falaka, which is, again, a bit of a production. So our antagonist stayed the night, which is also a song by Chicago with an amazing music video. If you've not seen that video, it is amazing. It really is. It's so good. In various places. My understanding is, Rocket, what happened with the Harlock all night long?
Yeah, so
All night.
fun story about that. She is really into this. What is this called again? What do they call this? It's,
Pruno.
Pruno. Delightful. For some reason, Knives had disappeared, but all these Varga are still around and Evan's still around. So Harlock made her way over, and then a whole bunch of drinking games started happening. And I imagine in the morning when the rest of the crew materializes, there's
I believe you said that you were corrupting Wesley, though.
hey, no, no. See, what I prefer to think of it as is babysitting. Because he was otherwise left alone.
Yeah.
So
Wesley, Evan, the Rocket, the Harlock, and the other Varger were drinking Pruno all night.
mhm.
Val was busy in a different part of Falaka.
Having the time of his life.
Yep, because nobody puts baby in the corner. And Severance and Terica, I believe, fell asleep in between some pallets in the alley trying to get some peace and quiet.
You say Severance and Terica fells? That's kind of weird, but
Just Terica did. Now, Severance and Quint, where did you all sleep? Did you go to the quarters that you were offered?
Yes, I did.
So that's
Where's the
that's
professor
very
going?
nice. He has quarters.
I'm outside of those.
I just, for the record, you mean you do not leave him alone unsupervised
That is correct.
after flashing money in front of everyone? Okay, that's fine.
Perfect.
Yes,
Perfect.
that's correct.
Okay. If you do leave him alone after he flashes money in front of lots of people, just
I
let me
don't.
know.
I won't.
If you do, but if you will, just
I will. I'll let
Let
you
me-
know, but it's not gonna happen.
thank you.
Unless really
Look.
extenuating circumstances apply. But yeah,
Ooh.
no, not for
And
now.
what are,
at
and,
least.
what- and for Trooper's benefit, what are those circumstances?
No,
Just,
you gotta find out.
And what are those extenuating
Also, especially if you leave him alone, like at a starport, you could just let me know if that happens. That would be
That is a hell no, rather than just a strong
Okay.
no. So
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, just so the next morning, you are going to be flown back up to the Highport downport, so that you may go about your business on day 57. There are a couple of things to note. I forgot to say yes. And then you learned, of course, about this mysterious noble Admiral Laity Sever Plus. Sever is the middle name, so Laity Plus. And his sort of honor and how he convinced, according to the stories, convinced the emperor to transfer the entire imperial treasury onto their ship so that it could be saved, and then nobody knows what happened to it at all, and that nobody saw the admiral ever again, although there were rumors that somebody once saw him later, but he was completely different in personality. But we don't know anything about that. It's unclear. So it is the next morning, and you all have been flown back up to the High Point downport. I'm going to just say Evan is in good spirits. It turns out Evan can hold his drink very well and is doing quite well. Wesley,
Terica takes one look at Wesley, and once they get back up to where there's the equivalent of Pedialyte, Terica is just going to get a bunch of that, and they're going to put it in front of him and say, drink as much of this as you can, and then when you can't drink anymore, drink a little more and just rest. And whatever you do, remember this, because when you're tempted to drink like this again, you won't want to. And then they hand him another bottle of the equivalent of Pedialyte.
yeah,
I imagine back down the hall a little bit as walking by the Harlock. Hey!
Terica will totally shoot the Harlock a dirty look in that moment.
We're gonna have to do it again. That's my guy.
and Wesley
Good
goes to
job,
the latrine.
You made us proud.
Wesley's-
Hey, don't you made us proud?
Wesley rushes off to the head.
Well, he's a man now.
Yeah. And how are the rest of you all after this, this bright morning? How are you all faring?
Tarika did not expect to wake up at the pallet, so I think they like panicked a little bit. I'm pretty sure though that when they slept, they were holding onto their brooch because that's now the way they sleep. You know, like a security blanket or a stuffed animal
Yeah.
that you. Yeah, because they're normal.
Mhm.
They're just an average pilot, you know, every day.
Weird.
Nothing weird. But I think they would like panic a minute and then they'd start searching for Val and they'd calm down once wherever they end up finding Val, presumably once they all connect with the group. I don't think they would go to Knives' quarters. I don't see that happening.
No, probably wouldn't be a good idea.
No.
You know, no. Severance did not do a lot of drinking. I imagine Severance is looking quite chipper in the morning.
He had a lot of water, so he is
Water.
watered over.
Quint, I imagine you're looking chipper whether or not you are or not.
Yes, Quint swapped to water after realizing what her job was today for the rest of the night. So, yeah,
And the rest
is
of you stay
chipper
on the
enough?
ship.
Oh, yep.
The professor would like to ask if you would help him carry his bags up.
I'd be happy to.
He has these sort of
Stay
like
close, though.
what do you call them? You know those bags? They have a name for them.
Trolley bags.
You know those
Duffel bags.
canvas bags are quite large. What are they called?
Like a duffel.
Oh, like-
yeah.
Carpet bags.
Garment bags? Like the ones that fold and you can...
They're an old term. It's like they were using them in the 19th century a lot,
Rucksack.
right? They're these like
doctor's bags.
Rucksack.
no,
No.
Not carpet
first
bags.
like pre-1950s on
Suitcase.
trains.
Briefcase.
They're not suitcases because they're fabrics, but
It's-
they're really big.
It's not a trunk.
Those.
Not a
A
trunk.
gentleman's portfolio. I don't...
Yeah. Anyway, they're quite large. And
Got some
the one he
bags.
directs you to, Quint,
Yep.
I believe it's called a Susan's
Does
closet.
look very heavy.
yes, it doesn't look it until you pick it up and you're like, oh, okay. Probably
This is all
not bricks. It is. it's a lot of books.
Lift the heavy bag with my robot
A
arm,
lot of bricks.
Yeah.
and then whatever other bag with my other arm.
Professor, why all
Yeah.
these bricks?
And he's got like 4 bags. You're carrying 2 of them. He's carrying 2 others. They're very heavy.
That's okay. I'm used to heavy lifting.
Yeah. And I'm going to ask, Val, are you the first or the last to arrive?
Last.
Yeah.
There's breakfast.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
All notes playing in the background.
Oh, yeah.
Lionel Richie.
Oh, absolutely. Up on the, when you get back to the Highport downport where your ship is, that one ship with all the really expensive cargo
They gone?
and no weaponry, they're gone.
That's so weird. They're only here
You
for
know-
like 2-3 days. That's so weird. It's almost like they're pirates.
No, it'll take them a long time to get out to the, jump point and,
I mean,
They
that's
had to get a
true.
move on.
It's almost like
Yeah,
they're
and they
trading in
shop-
information.
I'm sure that, anyway. But
I'm
that
sorry.
ship
They only said shiver me timbers 2 or 3 times. So they're certainly
just a couple times.
The pirate is normal. I mean,
Yeah.
parrot.
They're
Sorry.
parrot. Their berth is still open, which means because they have the whole week. Maybe they're just taking it. Who knows?
Yeah, they're taking a jaunt, a nice fly around the planet.
Oh, the ship's still there. I'm talking about the
popped
ship left. No, the people are gone.
Oh no, the ship is not currently visible.
Oh,
The ship
The
is
ship
gone.
isn't there, as far as we can tell.
But the
berth
berth
is
is
open
open?
as the berth, not the doors. The berth, as in like their bay, is still theirs. But
okay.
Because they
that
have it for a
signed.
week.
Yeah, they've had it signed out, so it's like theirs for a week.
Okay.
But
They
they're
haven't
not
signed
Which
it,
means
like
they
said, we're
could
done with
be
this completely.
out
Okay.
Getting coffee.
This feels
They're not.
like
Sure.
They're
This
out
feels
getting
like when
more
you-
piracy.
this feels like when you like get on the airplane and the middle seat's empty and you're like, oh,
Yeah, right. Oh,
maybe they missed the
Yeah.
flight.
yeah. Please don't
Yeah.
sit down. Please don't.
So What would you
I'm
like to
gonna
do
put
on day
our extra
57?
ship there just to hold this place.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's a really hard thing.
Tarek needs to
Yeah, what
name
would y'all
that
like
thing.
to
Have we
do?
named it yet? I don't think we have.
Named what?
The other ship.
The little
The
tiny
Camelin
ship.
Viper.
Oh, no, we
Mhm.
haven't.
We haven't named it. That's gonna change.
The other ship. Gamblers and the other ship.
No.
Okay.
Must have a real
The
name.
gamblers and the high
Gamblers and-
rollers.
And
Oh,
that guy.
I think it's like a
Gamblers
carpet bag.
and the carouser. I said
that's what I
carpet
said. It's a
bag.
carpet bag. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a carpet bag, right? Yes. Yes.
Said it
Who's
like
listening to
8
Gordon I
times.
next
I
time? I
said it a
say
couple
Yes.
times.
Yes, it's a carpet bag. It's a carpet bag. Yes, it's a carpet bag. That's what it is.
Mother-
Yes. No, you're right. You're right.
It is a
Uh,
carpet bag. Okay.
Mhm.
Yes, yes. So what do you do on day 57? My understanding is that you wanted to go down to Dragon's Dome for surgery and research.
Mhm.
The professor is very excited about being on the ship. The minute he sees the gambler, he's like, well, this is an old model. I
Don't touch that.
know.
It's area class.
Oh, but how about if I, if I
No,
touch
don't touch that.
Touch anything.
It is a very old ship, and it is to be treated like an ancient document that will fall apart if you touch the wrong thing. This ship will not, but it will not be harmed. Are we clear? You and I? Very clear?
Yes,
Careful
I'm an
saying that. He
archaeologist.
waves things around.
But at any
everywhere.
moment we could catastrophically implode, so just don't touch it.
No, it's...
Which room will be mine?
Great question.
That's a really good
I'm
question.
sure there is one we can look at. Let me just.
So the problem is all of your guys' quarters are currently full.
You could have this room.
How would you like? How would you like to be a roommate with a brilliant?
You can bug
latex
with Tarek.
killer?
You can be my roommate. Doctor,
Yay.
you'll never be alone ever.
Where the hell is Marcel? Get them out of here.
There will be a room for you.
After he made your green suit, how could you even
That
suggest?
guy.
My God.
Evan's like, I'll go back and staying with Val.
No, you stop that. You stop that. You're a good boy. No, you step up. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy?
There's like a little quick
You
cuddle
are.
talk. Quint's like,
That's right.
Tarika would
Don't
offer
touch
the
me.
top bunk. Tarika would offer the top bunk in their room, which is currently
I'm going to note
unused.
this. If a person is paying high passage, they get their own room. So somebody's
Yep.
got to bunk up.
yep.
It's not,
no.
It's not going to be Evan.
Be
I
me.
forgot his
Okay.
name. Evan's the
Well,
coolest one we have. He totally
Technically, I think Quint's room's a little bigger, so maybe Tarika should get in Quint's room. Although,
You can have Tarika's.
no, that feels weird. Tarika likes the smaller room. Yeah, Quint will just bunk with Tarika until.
Tarika does like the smaller room. The
Oh,
big
look at
room is
this.
far. The big room is far too close to being noble, and that would be awful.
It
Don't
looks
do
like
that.
two of you need to bunk up, and I just
Yep.
like aggressively look at Quinn.
All right. Well,
I'm
they've
just gonna-
been bunking up together anyway, so I don't see why
Someone
they do it now.
volunteer.
You can have my room.
Oh, perfect.
can
Wonderful.
stay with-
Thank you. All right. And
in my
where is
bunk.
Quint gonna stay?
Tarika will just look at Severance like he's lost his mind. And he'll just be like, "They're welcome to stay in my room."
That's what I wanted to hear. All right, perfect. All right, great. And then we will go ahead and put this guy where we put him.
Insufferable man, completely insufferable man. Tarika will like
Quint just goes in real quick
away.
and cleans out like what little things are there. Takes down like the one Crash Jones poster. That's
All
it.
of the cameras. Actually, probably not.
Yeah, those
Those
two,
two.
obviously.
For
All
the
the Secret
record,
Spy stuff. Moves into Tarika's room.
just so you know, the professor, you notice, has a set of like earbuds. He seems to like to listen to books on tape. And he sometimes bumps into things because he's not paying attention.
Bag, and he
Oh,
I will ask him with regret what he's listening to. Because I had a book
Oh,
club running for about 3 years, so...
oh, I don't know if you know. I don't know if you know this, but there is this very a charming sort of pulp cereal called Crash Jones, and I am listening to the
Yes!
most
I'm
recent
pretty...
What?
Oh, I don't think I've heard the most recent one, but episode 34 is one particular favorite of mine.
Episode 34 is excellent. Now, I do have some quibbles with the ways in which they portray archaeology in the Crash Jones. Archaeologists don't normally
Likewise.
run
You know,
about
there's a Crash
fighting.
poster in this room. Would you like the
Oh,
Crash Jones poster in there?
well, yes, that's very high passage, isn't it? Crash Jones.
I just leave the poster up when I'm cleaning it. Just don't think
That's
about
an extra fee for the Crash Jones themed room.
it.
Yeah. Oh no. And he
Oh,
seems
no.
to he also forgot one of his bags, so he has to go and get it. He sometimes forgets things, and he's
Oh,
also sometimes distracted.
no. If I saw the number of bags he had with him, a bag did not get left behind, even if I had to carry 3 bags. Like, that is
Yeah,
just
yeah.
how
It's
he's
just that
not
you should
going
notice.
back
Yeah,
to get anything
yeah,
out of
yeah. You just need
supervision.
to
No.
notice that he sometimes is not paying attention to his surroundings, and he also
Which
sometimes
is why I'm
forgets
surprised
things.
he still has the orb on him.
He keeps on his body at all times. You've noticed that. So,
Until
uh,
he's waving it around.
well, yeah, but because he had to show you, because you might find it
Mm-hmm.
interesting.
Mm-hmm.
It had the
Yeah.
seal of Sindal on it.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted to show you.
Yep.
And
This
it'll show
man's
you
gonna
more than
have
once.
no privacy. There's definitely a bug in his room. I'm not even gonna lie. This is my room. I just didn't clear out one of the bugs. That's just how it's gonna be. He's not gonna know to look for it.
I'm gonna let you know if you're going to be bugging him. He talks out loud, and he
Even
talks.
better. Maybe he'll talk about all the stuff we need to know, and then we don't need him anymore.
He just talks. He's like
When he
he's
thinks he's
writing
alone
a
in the privacy of
book.
his own room,
Yeah.
he's not
Uh,
alone.
oh
Mutter
well,
away, my guy.
you would learn about the great professor who goes off on this grand adventure. He seems to be
Oh,
working on a book.
a fiction novel.
Uh,
I see.
no, it does not seem to be a fiction novel. It seems to be an academic book about his great adventure finding the
Mhm.
treasure of Sindal.
As I said.
Uh, yeah, and it's a long, yeah.
Good.
Ooh,
Again, if that's what he's writing about, maybe he'll mutter more about information that's useful.
yeah. There's a lot about like, there's just a lot about this. It's a lot about like
And I'll get
just
to
the
hear his
history of
opinions on
Sindal.
all of us. If he's talking about the people he travels with.
Oh, he hasn't gotten there yet. He's still on Regina in this part of
He
his
will
book.
one day. He
He
will
one
one day.
day.
It's a very long journey back to Drinax.
Yeah, it is. He's a
Lots
little
of writing
long-winded though.
time when you're in jump space. So
Yeah. So, what do you all do today? I know you have things to do, and I just want to hear you say it.
can we lock him in his room?
Yes, absolutely. I think we lock him in his room, and then we turn the alarm on the ship so that if he exits, we know. Anyway.
We do
Dragonstone?
not let this man leave the room. The ship.
Yes, there we go. More effective.
Yep.
Jericho wants to go down, talk to the jeweler, and then get as much access to any archives they can find as possible.
I need to pick
If
up my
Severance
question
is
from the
coming with
jeweler.
them, then they'll also show the crest on the way. I think they would
Alright,
let
where was
Quinn
that?
know and surreptitiously offer to pick up the jewels because they haven't told anyone why they went to the jeweler yet, and they haven't so they've kept that part of it quiet. But
Quint
would
would
offer.
appreciate that because that means I can just go straight down and get my surgery with not
Okay.
Terran Viridian on me because I'm sure that's fine.
I'm sure it would be fine though. You having Terran Viridian around Sue, I'm sure it'll go really good.
While under surgery, yeah. Mhm,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh my
So-
god.
I
Right.
have a thing as well that I would like to do, which is separate, I think.
Yes.
But now that we have a deal potentially with Alaka. I
Gotta
think
talk
I'm
to
gonna
what's her
also
face.
look to have
Oh yeah.
a audience with the Wardeness Renib.
Terica
Mhm.
would be willing to go with you to translate, but they'll be wearing their stupid costume disguise.
Okay.
So
With your
In
Disney
order to get
princess
access
away
to
from
the
home hood.
yeah, in order to get access to the archives that would have that information, like the deep, serious archives, you'd have to talk to the warden
Need to
anyway.
be a noble?
Okay.
oh, okay. Perfect. Well then two birds,
Yeah,
one
being
stone, because we gotta
Yeah,
convince her to
I think Harlock, or in this case Quint, would join the two of you just because
Yeah.
I just don't want to see anything bad happen to you guys.
Oh.
And get notes from the professor
Aw.
on what to look for the stupid code thing.
It's not stupid.
No, I don't think it's stupid. It's just like, oops.
I
Very important.
Terica thinks we're chasing after Peter Pan and pixie dust right here, so
and as you're on the funicular to go down into the Dragonstone, they've got like a little news reel going on.
Which one? Who's going to Dragonstone?
I think all of us.
All of y'all,
Okay. So
all of y'all are
Renib's in
going.
Dragonstone?
Can
Yeah, that's the
Val
seat of her power.
Okay, Val would like to go down, do the surgery, and
I know.
immediately
Sorry, what?
leave. What? Can you hear me?
I'm sorry. I just you said you'd like to go. I said yes. I'm sorry.
Nice.
Go
Somewhere else
down.
to be? What?
Nice.
Oh, right,
Troop.
right.
Nice.
He
I
did that
got you.
last night.
Mhm,
I
mhm.
didn't see that slip. You slipped the jab in there, and I
Anyway.
didn't. I felt it, but I didn't see it coming. So
You said
yeah,
it.
he wants to go down, surgery, and then immediately leave and come back. And if at all possible, he would have invited Emma to the ship, because that apparently seems to be a big fucking deal to everybody.
Mhm.
So
It is.
Oh.
Well, let's
promise
talk
that you
about
could
y'all
sit
going.
in the captain's
The
chair, in the
auto
pilot's
dock.
seat, all
Ooh,
kinds, play with the
nice.
controls. You know.
Oh, nice.
That sounds awful.
And this
gonna go
this
good.
isn't
If Terica finds
and this
out.
is in no way some kind of thing between Terica and Val about replacements. So as you are on the
Never.
funicular and you're heading down,
Wait, one real quick. If Emma looks like Jack from Mass Effect, that's
Yes.
playing into it not at all. This is Greg
Yeah.
metaing into Val, and I is
Yes.
100% in. I get this. I get one chance, everybody. I'm gonna make it work.
Yep,
So-
no, Greg's gonna take that. Gotta shoot your shot.
but Jack from Mass Effect played by Charlize Theron. We have to be specific about this.
Furiosa. I mean, come on.
So many of us on this call right now. It's not even fair.
And of course, it's like a huge rigmarole to get onto the thing. You've got to go through all the security. It is oppressive, right? And as you sort of head down into the funicular, that not a pirate ship is gone at the moment. They're not there. But as you're heading down, you sort of go down to the funicular, down through like the sort of toxic atmosphere, down deep into the water, and you sort of go slide down, and you sort of go into this massive. You can see the massive dome of Dragonstone, and these like deep dark crevasse, like the Marianas Trench that's next to it. And you sort of come into this place, and three of you have not been here before, but this place is huge, and partly its hugeness has to do with how much space there is inside this place. There are parks, and it's a very kind of like a Paris or a Rome. It's one of those kind of places that was built to seem so impressive, with huge broad boulevards, columns. It is very also weirdly obsessed with its own past. This place itself is very old. This place is a couple thousand years old, this domed city. And everything is an old Sindalian. And there are people everywhere, lots of people in this place, but the place feels spacious, because of the way that it's built. It's built to be a place that you could stroll. There are sort of very polite cafes along the, along the boulevards. And there are mostly people dressed in blue just enjoying themselves. You see almost no people in yellow at all, except sometimes service workers might be in yellow. Not many, but some. You will also see quite a few people in red. It's not like a whole bunch of them, but they are usually doing more like skilled labor, sort of like, they're doing more administrative work is what they're doing. But the place is beautiful, and it has got like statues everywhere, statues of like great heroes. There are all these sort of like plinths with like sort of symbolic like crests. There are murals everywhere. I'd like everybody to make a luck roll for me, if you do not mind.
Oh my.
A luck roll? Okie
Yes, please.
dokie.
8.
Mm-hmm. 4 for Tarika. Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. That's like
Mhm.
hilarious considering how much luck I have.
Oh, there it is. Silly me.
Ah, uh-huh. Oh, uh-huh. Uh-huh. Awesome. So we
What I do,
have
I
2
can't
people
see it.
tied for least luck. That's a 4 for both Tarika and also for Severance.
Interesting.
Perfect.
Hmm.
Or perfect. So as you're sort of walking into this place, and it is a very, very overly policed place, but yet everything seems very pleasant. And I don't know if people know, there are these, as you're coming down, you can see these sort of like cranes that sort of have these chains that drop down into this huge trench on the outside of the dome. But they're clearly like little ports, like little like submarine ports. It's like it's a lot's beautiful. You can see like they're like, you can imagine they're like being museums and opera. Like it's just a place of culture and class and money. And as you're moving to try to get to where you want to go, because there's a bunch of places you want to hit, some people failed their luck roll, and
Oh no.
2 things. As you're walking, you come upon a massive mural. So it's sort of like a tapestry sort of thing. It's kind of tucked away as you're trying to get to where you need to go. You are end up going a different route than you went before, and you did not walk down this way. And what you see is this. I would like you to imagine the style of like Soviet propaganda art, that kind of really bold, huge sort of thing. And there is a person who looks like Severance, who is in admiral garb, old garb, sort of standing, like sort of looking off sort of dramatically across this kind of like vista of stars. And standing next to this person is Tarika, also like in this sort of big sort of noble's outfit. They're standing like side by side, both in profile, looking up towards the stars, as if they are the sort of like sort of great heroes that are sort of aligned. And
Is this
It's
the same
big.
Severance that Tarika saw in that image? That okay.
Does this one have eyebrows?
yes, it is. No eyebrows. No, this one has eyebrows. This one has eyebrows.
That's not me.
But
Tarika. Oh, sorry. No, go ahead.
but big, right? Noble.
The eyebrows.
What's
Eyebrows.
interesting is that there's something a little bit different about this Severance. Just a little. And there is a news reel going on. Like there's like a little sort of like a story on the news. Like there's like a public sort of like news panel that's sort of telling the news. Most of you here do not speak Old Sindalian, but there's just a little bit of a story on, because there's like there's lots of news going on, and those of you who are not Tarek and Severance see the news because you two might be distracted by this, and there's a story on about it's a fugitive being caught and executed. And the fugitive was a criminal wanted for war crimes, a Baron Merrymore, who apparently was caught on a ship called the Sindal, and was executed for crimes against the Imperium.
Well, that's a relief.
Quint,
Yes.
do you remember that memory you had? Not a memory, that incident you had where you met those aliens?
I do, yes.
Yeah. And do you
Which is
remember
why
when
Severance
they...
weirds me out so much. Yeah.
Right. And do you remember how they showed you that image? Like they sort of telepathically put in your mind that image of like the millennial old warlord who was dangerous?
Yeah. Yeah.
Could you describe what that person looked like? Think about it. Go back in your mind and remember that incident.
Okay. Yeah. They looked like a lot like Severance.
Nope.
Like
Incorrect.
No?
Incorrect. Nope.
What did they look like?
A lot like Terica.
What?
Oh. Okay. That's not what my notes say. Interesting. I will fix that.
That's weird, huh? But if you go back to that memory, that millennial old warlord does not, in your memory, look like Terica now. There was like the paintings.
But I
paintings that
remember
had been
it used to
projected.
look like Severance.
You must have been
I must have missed.
It's a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, but you remember saying it out loud, but you don't know why you said that, because when you go back to your memory, the projection of the image,
psychic stuff's weird. Okay.
That memory is that there's a way in which you sort of remember that it might have been Severance, except that in your memory it was always Terica, except that you had conversations out loud, and you remember saying out loud, having a conversation about whether or not Severance was a millennial old warlord. You remember the conversation because that happened. That conversation happened.
And I asked him more than once.
You did, but your memory, it was Terica. So you do not remember seeing Severance in your memory anymore. You remember always seeing Terica, but you also remember having conversations with people about... Yes.
Okay.
Including
That's confusing.
Severance. So that is...
Just a little head shake, and that's weird. I'll have to bring it up later. It's Terica. Terica. You don't happen to be a Centuries, a millennial old warlord, do you? I'll ask you on the ship later. Don't worry about it. We're roommates now. I'll ask you before.
It'll be so easy to have that conversation.
Yeah, be fine.
Yeah. So, hello,
cool.
lovely crew. Thank you for those luck rolls. There is this crest, right? This crest that's upon this admiral, Laity Plus. What does it look like, Severance?
What does Merrymore's crest look like?
No.
Or this new guy's?
The noble admiral, Laity Plus. From old Sindal.
This from the Sindalian Empire.
The Star Dragon Empire.
It has a constellation on it. One of a dragon, which is more famous for the cluster of stars which make the forked tongue. But the much like the Pleiades, the cluster of stars which we are like, oh, Andromeda's in there somewhere. The Pleiades is a small star cluster and a small star constellation, but I think that is like, it would be like that, but the tongue of this dragon. But so I think the crest he's has is probably just an amulet with this, the like dots just poked into it. Probably holes like through the medallion. So there are probably
Mhm.
4 through, and then maybe a chiseled line connecting the dots to make this constellation.
Mhm. And it is, uh, it looks like an emerald sort of like medallion that is this sort of crest. The Tarika is also wearing one that looks exactly like the brooch that the Tarika now is wearing. Exact same one. Exact same one.
Crazy.
Yeah, same one. And the little newsreel just goes on about how
Mm.
Baron Marymore was executed. Yes.
I don't know
So
anything about it, Baron Marymore, so I just ignore it. I'm like, oh, that's weird.
I still
Tarika
have-
would let Severance know that that was the Severance that they had seen, because they told Severance about the dream, right? Like he'd walked in, it was right after that. So they would let him know that like, oh, that's what I saw in my dream.
Oh,
Yes, and that is the crest I was telling you about. There.
huh. And that, and listening to like the newsreel in the background and go, and that is the guy we left on the Sissenai.
Thank goodness he's gone.
Mm-hmm.
the last clone body.
Harlock is with the two of you, by the way.
Yeah.
So basically just jumping in from nowhere.
So as soon as they say, oh, this was like I saw in the dream, they'll look at Harlock and they'll be like, I need to talk to you about, and they'll like not do a full-on look around, but they'll like definitely drop their voice like several octaves before they
I'm
say,
out here. I'll leave you two alone.
Uh,
Well, regardless, I don't think
Later.
this involves you. You don't have to do that.
I don't
'Cause I
understand
can't
why
really
you're
go
doing
anywhere in
that.
this tiny.
But regardless, I don't think that even if the other clones in the laboratory were destroyed, I don't think that's the last we will have seen of Marymore.
You think he can just jump into some other person or created another clone? What, doesn't it take years for clones to grow?
Well, I know he can. Yes.
To your first question, yes, he can. And to your second question, what quick footnote: Severance would have mentioned the vision that he saw.
He
over
hasn't
the-
mentioned it yet.
No,
Terika
but-
does not know there's clones.
No, not to Tarika, but to
okay.
Harlock was there when
Harlock.
he had that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
I think he mentioned that to her though.
I think so. Yes.
Well, yes, it does take a long time to create clones, but presuming he's as old as he is, it's silly to think he would have made only one laboratory full of clones.
Well, that's
And would shoot
disheartening.
kind of a side look to Severance.
Here, I was hoping that was the end of him.
Well, we would only be so lucky. However, I don't think that's the case, unfortunately. Meanwhile, interesting likenesses of you both.
Yes. Unfortunate
I-
likenesses.
I am his clone, so I mean it does make sense.
Although the one
Tarika will just like Tarika will just turn away from the likeness and keep walking toward the jeweler.
I will take a moment still staring at the propaganda, and then I will take a deep breath, and then I will move on.
The crest is beautiful.
I know.
But yeah, I'm sure. You know what? I'm sure since the Baron Marymore couldn't get into, I'm sure he's just gone forever now.
It's the Drigan constellation. I've learned.
He has to be.
Uncle Reyna told me about it.
I mean, there must just. So there's just more clones of you somewhere.
Yeah, apparently.
Well, that's disappointing on many levels.
Well, there are some other clones.
But there's only one of me. So You're welcome.
Wait, there's no more clones. Wait, what?
I've not cloned anybody. I am not a clone. I am a clone. I haven't cloned myself. If I was
I
to, it would
didn't.
be a horrible mutation.
Well,
She's quite
finally, something we both agree on.
Doc, can I get a roll from you?
Uh-oh.
Yes.
How's that clone work to cloning?
Education, medicine.
Educate medicine. Oh.
Yes, please.
Yeah, meanwhile, he's over there with his arm.
Clone zone.
All the cloning.
Do I get a bonus?
Oh,
That's
I
a
have my
good
medical
question.
stuff with me.
This is about knowledge. I would say normally no, but you've done extensive work on Severance, so yes, you get a boon for this because you've done expensive work on him.
Okay.
You're with us
boon
now,
time.
Megan?
Yeah, you're all together because you've
Yeah.
come in and you're about to go and like break off to your own spaces.
Got it.
But you were all together at the
Oh,
moment.
we haven't left toward the jewelers. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Okay, so here's the
16.
thing.
How's that?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm real
So
good at
this is-
medicine.
He said, right? Severance said, I haven't made any clones. I'm sure if I did, it'd be some kind of terrible mutation. And you hear him say that. Now, cloning technology is not particularly well known. Like, most people don't know. Like, the existence of clones is not like it's kind of like, oh, maybe like, how we cloned Dolly once, but we still don't have clones, right? Like, it's one of those things where it's not necessarily a technology that is workable at the moment.
Yeah.
But when he said that and you heard him say it, it occurs to you that that's probably actually true. That you can't really make clones of clones. That you can probably make clones for a while, but after a certain amount of time, you're going to have to switch to a different kind of genetic stock. That you couldn't make an unending amount of severances. You would need, at some point in time, some other kind of body, but it would probably have to be you'd have to get some kind of, like, you just don't want degeneration, right? You'd have to do some kind of renewal so that you don't, you probably couldn't make it, He's probably
In
right.
theory,
So
up until fairly recently, there seemed to be a very old, possibly original body hovering around. So he probably could have, were it not burnt to a crispy, he probably could have continued to use that. But oh so sad. It's
Whoopsie
gone now.
doodle daisy.
Womp womp.
Oh, sad.
Oopsie daisy.
well, before we go, that means now he has a body that we're unaware of. So that's...
So we're aware it's a Terrica body.
Terrica doesn't.
Well, you need
That's
to
just
know
need to know
I don't know there's
information.
clones at all. I'm learning a lot right now.
But
Oh, that's
but-
right.
but
Oh wait, no.
Very normal.
with your 16, you don't know how psionic transmission works, right? This is not a thing that you know. But from the things that you do know about, like, genetic memory, from what you've sort of encountered so far with Severance, there seemed to be some sort of importance in having genetic connections. So if you're going to get a new body, you would probably want to have one that shared DNA with the old one in some way, right? To sort of, if you're going to have like a new refresh of a new clutch of clones, you probably wouldn't just pick up any random body,
Sure. This is Greg playing devil's advocate here because the easy answer is it's a Terrica body. But the problem is when you're a megalomaniac, immortal, like whatever Marrymore is, I mean, you hedge your bets, you don't have
you do.
one line of succession. You have like
That is
30.
correct.
So I'm just saying that, Terrica is probably in play, obviously, but that's not the only thing that's in play here.
We'll get some confirmation.
Yeah, let's get a different person to be the.
Also,
Now,
you
I
let
will
Bluesky
note-
not want to live in a different body than he's accustomed to because he loves himself. So I
does,
imagine
but I will-
there would be ememergency backups to
Does this
perhaps
mean he
get
loves
back to a body
Terrica?
that he likes.
Aw.
I
I
will
often
also
think of
note.
cinematic
Yes.
classic Guardians of the Galaxy 2. And Ego
Mhm.
really wanted to have offspring that could match his
Really
power
did.
output. And he did quite a
For
lot
some
of effing
reason.
across the galaxy to make that work.
So
So
much effing.
a
Very
lot of
true.
effing.
Very
Speaking,
true.
but I will note, just
Speaking of
to
effing,
note, good old Doc, that Tarika, as you've learned, is the child of an old Sindalian family, and Marymore, who is also super noble. So there's a super eugenically lovely lineage that ends up being what Tarika is. Remember, you asked me a question a long time ago, my friend, about if there was anything kind of like. You were asking about genetics, because it's a thing you've been thinking about all this time. And you know how nobles tend to be a little bit inbred and how they are. This is a very specific sort of genetic pairing. And you probably couldn't have 30 or 40 of them. There might be others, but problem is, old Sindal is mostly dead, and there are not a lot of old Sindalian lineages left that you could probably get involved in. The people in the Palace of Drinax would be some of the only ones who are from the super old, noble genetic lineages. And weirdly enough, it turns out you're thinking with that 16. There are probably a couple others here and there, but Drinax has been
Right,
pretty well preserved.
right. And this is Greg saying through Val that yes, the likely culprit is going to be Tarika. However, if it's not them,
But
he has to have some other type of outlet. It can't just be all of his chips in
Yep.
on Tarika.
Yep.
So if
Yep.
somebody else pops up that matches like the aggression output and knowledge of Marymore, he has another body. So he's not just saying it's got to be Tarika. He's got
No.
there's a 3%
But
chance that it could be something else.
I think what he would say is it's got to be somebody who probably, if this matches, who's got a lineage that would be genetically conducive to whatever it is that he wants, right? Like, it wouldn't be just some rando. It would probably be somebody who has psionic potential, probably somebody who is noble in some kind of a way, probably somebody who's got a lineage that goes back pretty far. So you'd have to be looking for people of like Lady Grey's an old noble, could be like a something like
Oh,
that,
he's
right?
Tarika's
But you'd
mom.
need some, right? But or Tarika's mom, but you'd need, like, your thinking would be
Clone Lady Hill.
no, you can't. You need to have an offspring that merges the genetics, like Tarika.
Oh.
So yeah, so you would need to get somebody. So you'd be looking for sort of like reasonable suspects would be psionically capable people of old noble lineage is probably what this person would be looking for. And if you don't, you can probably only do that for so long, right? So before you have to switch to another sort of body. So that 16 tells you anybody who'd be possibilities would be, or targets that the Marymore would look for would be of a sort of a narrowly defined set of needs.
Well, then what Val would do as soon as he figures all of that out is he would keep it to himself, because knowledge is power, and that's always going to be.
Yeah. Now, I will say, you're right. There are probably other possibilities, but there seems to have been a lot of long-term effort. Now, millennial old means you have time to do these things, right? But yeah, probably just not everybody. Probably finding those people that fit your criteria. Oh, interestingly enough, you might remember that Marymore and his wife did not have children. Just
Mhm.
That's a bummer.
According to Marymore, they did.
they didn't have children. that was a sore spot. Because when you
Oh,
said,
that's right. She got all pissy at him.
yes, she did. Yeah, that was a sore spot between them. Yeah. So that little thing that he said about like trying to clone a clone being like mutated, yeah, you can't just, you're gonna have to refresh at some point. Yeah. Rocket. Can I get a
Why, yes.
psionicology roll from you, education?
I would love nothing
Psionic
more.
cocktail.
My
Please.
favorite kind.
That's called weed.
That's it.
I'm gonna keep my mouth closed.
It's a different one.
Where?
Also, Drinax is super remote, right? So
Oh,
there's like a lot that like, oh, that's convenient.
Yeah.
You need an 8.
That's a 7. You know what? What if someone were to put some luck on there? Let me put 2, if I may.
Perfect.
So
Also,
that'd be
Val
9.
being best friends with Terrica, you remember quite well that Lady Hill did not want them leaving the planet and running around doing other things, wanted them staying on Drinax and not leaving Drinax. But whatever. So,
You're right, bud.
I imagine Terrica ranted about it before they left.
yep. The Harlock.
Yes.
This is not just medical, it's also psionic. And you know about these clones.
Mhm.
But that's not the thing. By the way, you're all walking and talking. You're heading your way. And the thing is, something's not right about all of this. You know?
The conversation, the mural, the just how much does all of this encompass?
The thing that's not right, because also people made certain luck rolls, is there's an Aslan woman that you just catch who's working as a waitress in one of the cafes.
Oh my god, is she in my lap?
She is.
Oh no.
And you remember a conversation you had.
Yes.
You remember a conversation you had with your contact over on Thebes, the librarian, the
Yes.
antiquarian, and you asked her why she was using a psionic cover of an Aslan woman, and she said that she wasn't. That was not the psionic cover that she was using.
Well, and it would have been coming from me, I believe. Was it not? Or
no, because you weren't doing it.
Okay.
Well, that's the thing. It would be coming from you. And that was the conversation. I just want to remind you of that conversation, that normally the way these things work is that you see something from your subconscious.
Right.
Right?
So in a way, it was being funneled through my subconscious, one might say, perhaps from a different source.
Yes.
I'm not looking at any one specific, Val, but I mean, it could have been coming from anywhere.
Could be.
Oh, so I
coming
just saw
from
her again.
Yes.
Okay.
And your psychonic, what that is there's a thing. Whoever that was probably doesn't have a psionic cover. It's like like the psionic paper that like Doctor Who has, where you just kind of see like that kind of thing. Whoever that is just not somebody. And you get this moment as everyone's about to sort of break to their moment. Val may not realize he's doing it, but he is projecting onto reality.
Question real quick. in such a way that is not somebody wearing a psionic, you see what you want to see kind of thing. It's now gone past that point. And now
Yes.
he's just pooping psionics everywhere.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm gonna just give you a something to ponder.
Yeah.
Episode 2, season 1.
I was there.
When you were all in the holodeck, right?
Yes.
But the holodeck here does not work like it does there. You're all like laying down sleeping, right, in a collective dream, and it's taking for your subconscious to sort of fill in all the details because computers can't do all of that.
Mhm.
And if you remember, Val broke the dream and took control of it, and that sort of ended up manifesting in the Aslan woman showing up in that dream, him dancing with her.
Mhm.
And he was able to change it like a lucid dreamer.
Mhm.
That's not how it's supposed to work. But he did.
Well, generally,
And
that's not supposed to work in reality either, but here we are.
and now it's working in reality. And when it was your contact who has like the psionic sort of like mask, that's one thing, but it's right now. Like you just saw her sort of like turn into this thing, and you know she does not exist here because she's been captured by the police
Right, she's
somewhere.
being held.
She's being held somewhere. And this, and you know it because you are linked to him, right?
Mhm.
He did not get a lot of sleep last night. He has a whole issue with sleeping anyway.
There.
And this thing he did in his dreams, it seems to you in this moment as like this whole conversation about cloning, all this is going on, right? You're like, oh, he's projecting what he did in that dream space, he is doing right now. But he's listening to their conversation. He's not paying attention to that woman. It does not seem to you as if he is aware of what he is doing.
Yeah, no, it's not intentional by any means.
Yeah.
I think before we split off all of our separate ways, we're still connected, right? We're still mind link
Always.
buddies. Always fabulous. I will have put
Always.
some mind earplugs in. You know, there are reasons why the Harlock was drinking so heavily that night. Okay.
Oh my.
Meanwhile, but yeah, no. Before they split off in their different directions, I think she would just quick words into the brain space, being essentially just, we need to talk later.
You would hear absolutely. And I don't know if you can read emotion or delivery in this, but if
Probably
you
can read delivery.
He's glowing.
right.
He's not he's in space. He's on a different planet now.
No. There would be a there'd be a twinge in the delivery. There'd be a twinge of, is this a good talk or a bad talk type of, like uncertainty.
There's also Lionel Richie playing in the background of his thought.
Could you turn the music down just a hair?
I think that's
it goes up a
Aslan
little
Richie,
bit.
But yeah, no, would just be like, there's nothing wrong, I don't think, but there's some strange things going on that you may not be aware of. I need your input.
Okay, so when it sounds like he's being used as like a research reference, he immediately calms down. Sure thing, you would get back.
Glad you had a nice time last night, and right before peeling.
And as you kind of like leave the mind space, you would hear the Lionel Richie turn up as it gets louder as you leave.
So, we have got Val and Quint sort of heading off to do some surgery. There's a surgical bay that has been reserved for you. We've got a
Be a
pickup.
really nice one
of-
too after the big stink we caused.
Yes. I will want to roll for that in a moment. That'll be education-based medicine. We've got a.
I get a massive bonus for that shit.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
We're
Feeling
going to
great 'cause you stayed
need
at a Holiday Inn
you
last night.
picking up picking up this this. We're gonna have to pick up that necklace, Wesley's necklace, of course.
Tarika thinks
I
it's
believe-
Quint's necklace. Just for the
That is
record.
correct. Quint's necklace. That is correct. Picking up Quint's necklace. The Harlock and Severance and Tarika go to the warden's office.
Tarika, by the way, would not. I think it sounds like we're skipping past the jeweler. They would not let the Harlock and Severance in. They would say, "I need to handle this myself," and they would walk in. They would get everything,
Oh.
and they would tuck it away.
Perfect.
Don't get napped.
The office, by the way, is a palace. Just so you know.
Bigger than the floating palace?
It's big. It is.
Bigger than the floating palace?
No.
Okay, all right. Yeah, no,
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No.
Good.
No.
Oh, perfect. Good.
The floating palace is like one of the wonders of the world. Do you know what I mean? It's like, no.
I
The
know.
only wonder of the world. Drinax has nothing left. Thank you.
It's unfortunate if you have to live there, but great if you can visit.
But you were brought in to this sort of, like, there's like long hallways and corridors before you're sort of brought to this sort of large throne room. I guess there are guards everywhere, with weapons, all polished. There are sort of like dragons everywhere, not real dragons, of course, and swords, keys everywhere. And you are sort of held to wait before you can be announced. And as you are sort of brought into the office, which is basically a throne room, you see before you, on a chair that is quite tall, the throne itself is quite tall, and the base of this chair, there are these gold keys. And before you,
The golden.
in all of her majesty and all of her impressiveness, in a way that is probably the most impressive thing you've ever seen, before you sits the very impressive, very august 9-year-old child, the Warden Ranib. And she has got like black hair in a pony, like in a braid that is sort of like up. And she is in a military uniform, but she's also 9 years old. But she's in a sized down military uniform for a 9-year-old. And she has got around her neck a gold chain, thick links with this massive key on it that is almost as big as her torso. And
Massive
quite.
key, or does it look massive on her? Like a regular size key.
It's not. It's bigger than a
If
regular
it's the
size
size
key,
of a 9-year-old's torso, it's probably
Yeah.
pretty big.
but you know that it would probably take up half of your torso. It's supposed to be big and impressive, but
Yeah,
it just looks a bit ridiculous on her. You know, and
Flavor
she
Flav
is.
keys.
Yes, it is. It's the Flavor Flav of keys.
Yeah.
And she's got quite a lot of, and there's like 2 or 3 other smaller keys, but there's this big massive one, a couple other smaller keys. It's like she's got like a key ring as a necklace. And then there are a bunch of people, like there's like a bunch of people in robes. everyone here in this place is wearing blue except for one person who's sitting taking like at a desk to take notes in red. There are no yellow people here at all. None, zero. But this is like, there's like 20, 30 people in here who seem to be like officials or advisors. And she stands, well, she does not stand, she's sitting, but she's like 10 feet off the ground in this like big high chair, as it were.
Stands.
And as, and as you enter, somebody behind you shouts out, "All hail and give respect to Warden Aranib, Keeper of the Keys, Governor General by appointment of the Star Dragon, Grand High Choki, Administrator of the Starport, and Lord Regent of the World of Number One." Genuflect.
Tarika will do the old Sindali formality bow, but they will not do this. They do not show that you don't do that to somebody who does not deserve it in their mind. So, but they do all the rest of the bow, the covering, the.
Yeah, see, I'm going to just tell you, you don't do that when you're a noble.
Oh, well, that's interesting.
Yes, and so, yeah, so you don't make that gesture, which is fitting because it confirms your nobility.
That was not my intent. They were just
I know.
your other people can get this from me. You don't.
Yeah, but that just confirms your nobility.
Perfect.
Yep.
Shit. No, bad.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Say no,
What
Dad.
about our Baron?
I just sort of bow, and I sort of look. I also do a deep bow toward Wardeness Ranib, and then I think when there is probably during the this hubbub, or in the quietness of the hall's empty. Like there's that, you could hear a pin drop probably as everybody likes just sort of that
Yeah.
that jostling motion of people bowing and going to one knee as I think the kneel is probably a lot shorter or duration for Severance as he sort of bounces back up and says, "Wardeness, I am Severance from Drinax, and we have spent the last several days here in number one, and I wished to gain your audience for a very important proposition that we have."
What about the Harlock?
The Harlock would follow the bow of Tarika, because the Harlock really hasn't been in this area. So pretty much would follow the bow, and then I guess would not do the hand thing either because the Harlock does not know about that. We're just like markedly kind of behind both of them.
What do you want to ask of me?
It is very simple. Your jewel, your sapphire, emerald of blue, and of the waters deep below your number one, which we all get to admire here in Dragon's Dome. There are several other jewels within this forest of water. Yeah, he starts to look over towards Tarika. You see, we have had quite the luck and the fortune in traveling to other domes and being able to see what there is to offer and what your
Severance, she looks bored.
Wardeness, how do you feel about pirates?
Ugh! I hate pirates.
Right. And what have they done
They're
to
a scourge.
They are a scourge, yes.
We, at number 1, are the keepers of old Sindal. We keep all of the bad guys out of the streets, and we are the last door to stop evildoers from. I love killing pirates and sending them to the hole.
You love killing pirates, or you are wishing to eradicate pirates from number 1? Would you rather
know-
have pirates not be in number 1, or would you rather have people bring you pirates for you to slaughter?
We, here in the Dragon's Dome, we believe in justice.
I have a
There
question.
is
for you.
no better justice than being crushed to death.
To death, yes. So you're. That doesn't answer my question, Wardeness. Would you rather have no pirates at all, or would you rather just be the one killing the pirates?
And a
She seems to
vizier
like
comes up
crushing.
and like speaks in her ear, and then she speaks in his ear, and she says, and then he says something to her, this advisor, and then she looks at him and she like shoos him off. She says, I like both. I can have both.
Yes, you can have both. And are you satisfied with where things currently are at number 1? So cut off from the rest of the system.
We are pure and untainted by outside influences. We don't have bad people coming into our home.
That you know of.
If there are any bad people here, you have to tell me. It's the law.
Very well. I will tell you when I see them.
Good. Because
must
if I see
also-
them, kill them.
Of course.
Crush, you'll crush them.
Crush them to death.
Yes.
Crush them to death.
Your name.
Quint.
You understand what's good to crush your enemies.
Some have said I understand that, yes.
That's a good.
So, what do you want from me, the keeper of all keys, who has everything and can grant anything and has all power? And she looks at the vizier, and one of them leaves, rushes out.
All power is very. It is a large title to bear for yourself. You see, there is many domes across all of number 1. just
And all of them bow to
Dragonstone's-
me.
That is not the case.
All will bow to me. No one goes against my wishes. And that one stupid head, thou Poutus, will bow to me soon.
An iron fist crushes the life out of a civilization if it is allowed to run rampant, whereas an open hand allows a civilization to flourish. You speak of crushing things, and I see a civilization that only has 200 years left should it continue this way. I seek more for you. We all seek
The
more
vizier
for
comes
you.
back with a little bowl of ice cream in a silver bowl, and she takes the bowl of ice cream and she starts eating. You
I seek a
cannot let
world that
people run free.
flourishes.
Cannot let people run free. You must keep discipline. She eats her ice cream.
You know, you shouldn't
Discipline.
have that before dinner.
I can have whatever I wish. And I wish ice cream.
Right. Because you know it would be better if you had it after dinner. Otherwise, there is no discipline.
Discipline are for those who are not the warden.
Ah,
Nobles do whatever they wish, whenever they wish. It is the law.
good. And as a noble, I will let you know on what I am doing, because it is the law, and I can do it.
What are you doing?
I am helping your planet. You see, the jump shadow that is so far from where number 1 is to where the jump gate settles is far too far for your fuel to leave. It takes more fuel for you to leave atmosphere and then go hunt down pirates than if you were to launch from a spaceport. And I, as a noble, have already made plans to create a spaceport, a Highport, for you and your entire people.
It is also much harder for other ships to bring unique flavors of ice cream when they cannot even dock. But if you had a high
We have-
port, it would open up the variety.
That is, yes,
We-
like you'll get
We have
diamond
the best ice cream.
But you don't have all the ice cream.
Good.
What do you mean?
Would you like all the ice cream? There is ice cream on Drinax that I have not even seen here.
We have golden shavings on top of ours, golden sprinkles, sprinkles made of gold, sparkling sprinkles of gold.
And can you imagine the ice cream that comes from other planets, filled with bursts of flavor, red and blue and green?
Lots of green.
She calls over one of her viziers. She says something to his ear. And like, you can tell these viziers do try to manage her because they are listening to all of this about the Highport quite closely. But she's also the warden here, and she does not take a lot of guidance. Let's just say.
I think
Until she'll
there
make
is.
it delightful when she's older.
I think there is a moment probably earlier on when the wardeness was just like she was getting really stubborn, and then there was a moment I remember I sort of like looked away and rolled my eyes. I think that was probably when Severance started to address everyone else in the room.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there was that probably
Yeah.
that start of that switch, and I think Tarika is now, of course, honing
Yeah.
in on the
Yeah.
wardeness while I'm trying to speak to
Yeah.
everybody else because it's like, you know what, then I'm just going to do whatever.
And
I'd
you
like
can
to
tell
think
people
that-
are making notes. People are
Yeah.
taking notes, right?
I'd like to think that
lot of
like
notes.
Tarika and Severance were like picking up on that at the same time.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
I mean, they've done enough with it, like with diplomacy and that sort of thing, that they were like, oh,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, here's the direction we're going. Click. I'll focus on this one. You take the rest of
Good
them.
ambassador, bad ambassador.
Yep. That's the
I
game
want
plan.
a story.
What? What did you say?
I want a story.
A story of the Star Dragon?
About a poem. Oh, okay.
No.
Dragon.
A story of pirates and
What will you
criminals.
give us in exchange? A Highport would be excellent for you and for us. If you give us that, we'll find a story of pirates for you that you can relive for days to come, that you can have your entire court build stories on.
I want a story now.
I have
Tell me a
one.
story. Tell me.
I
It
know.
has to be good.
And you'll agree to the
What?
Highport. Should
No,
this
I will agree
wonderful storyteller regale you?
It has to be good first, and then I decide.
Once upon a time, there was a planet that was so cut off from the rest of the universe that they thought it was best for pirates to leave them be. Their words were more than mere threats, for they lived in the shadow of what could only be non-traversable, the jump shadow.
This story
There
doesn't
were
rhyme.
also- Erica?
The shadow was a space that no matter what they could, no man could race. Though the pirates strove and strove for days, they could not find any place to lay. Instead, they found ships aglore. They raided and pillaged and wanted for more. They starved all of those around and craved for the next hound. Until one day, a hero did rise. This hero was valiant and guarded and wise. This hero captured upon the stars a wonder, a comet. Oh my, what a Lars. This Lars did chase, did plunder, did run. This Lars did run until he was fun. He captured the pirates and caught them in hand and threw them deep into the sand. And in that day, the people did roar, the people did cheer, they did have a groar. In fact, they all decided that day that equality would be the way. Indeed, in this place, they would open a port to connect with the rest of the Lort. They would have a wondrous time, indeed. It would be ruled by a council of 3. For Lars did know, he did know best. He was the wisest, more than the rest.
I need some diplomacy rolls from you all.
That was amazing.
Done.
Wow, wait.
Mhm.
So good. Holy shit.
Thank you.
Diplomacy, you say?
Well, that's the main center one, but the people who aid can aid with something else that makes sense.
Perfect.
I feel like this is a social diplomacy because they are catering to a child right now.
Yes, they are. That is correct.
Can I
Yep.
help him? I don't know.
Yes, please.
I know are
I
we
might
all
help
doing it?
with- I'm gonna
The
assist with
final
I
roll
think
is going
we
to be
all are.
from Tarika, but you
Good.
two can help to give a
Yeah,
bonus.
definitely. That was dope. What am I making? I'm making a social what?
12 for Harlock to
Oh,
assist.
thank you.
Yes.
Oh,
Thank
for
you.
persuade. Thank you.
Social diplomacy. Excuse me. I don't have
Hmm?
that. Haha.
That's a +2 you're going to get to that roll.
Does Tarika roll with a boon?
Yes, you do.
Can I give
You'll be
you
getting a
social-
+2
For that poem? Come on
From-
now.
from the Harlock. And what will you be doing?
Did I do social
Dear-
admin or social?
Yes, social admin, absolutely.
What
Absolutely.
about okay? And what about social? There's another one.
Social
Facility.
admin makes a lot of sense.
Okay, admin. Okay, yeah, because I'm coming at it from a
Yeah,
logistics.
because you're working the logistical angle for the people
Yeah.
who are the logistics people here in the
Yeah,
room.
like everybody else. 11.
Yeah. Yeah. That will be another +2, so a +4 to this diplomacy
Ew.
roll.
That's amazing. I'm blown away by
She's
that.
into it. She loved it.
Here we go.
Hey.
Oh, it's really good thing that I had all of those pluses because that was a shit roll.
Mhm.
Plus plus that boon. Holy cannoli, that was.
I give them my luck.
I mean,
No.
if I didn't get it, I'm happy to put all of my luck in here because. Do I
All
need
of
more
it?
luck?
Aye,
I will put.
All of it.
aye.
I will put 7 luck into this.
I see.
I mean, that would
She looks at
likely
you.
be a better outcome.
I have 9 luck.
Okay, yeah.
She looks at you and she says, I want a Highport. I shall have everything, and it will be mine.
It should be equal
You may
too,
give
like
me-
Lars. The equality
Equality
of
is
our
only for
domes.
nobles. No.
Of course.
No.
Because
There's only
who
one
are-
equal dome. It's me.
Security test.
nobles would be
Security.
nothing without the people. Absolutely nothing if there was nobody to bend the knee or to offer support. So why not give them a voice? They must have it, or we will not have the resources for this Highport. I know you
They are
understand this
children.
because yes,
They don't understand things like grown-up nobles like me. They're children, and they must obey. They do not understand, and at any moment they could get out of hand, and they have to go into the bad places then. They don't know. They can't be equal because they're babies, not like me.
If they don't have a say, that's going to make it all the more likely that they will try to get a say by force, by crushing. Because that's what babies
No one-
understand.
No one as good as my people. We, the Wardens, have always ruled over everyone else, and their meanies break them. They can't break us. No one can break us. We accept your present of a Highport with more ice cream.
the Highport must come with equality. Unfortunately, that is the only way. I understand what you have been taught. But the reality is that the only way to do magnificent things is together. When we seek to do it alone, we end up alone on the other side. And I know that really sucks. But the way to ice cream is with hands. You had your own man go and fetch your ice cream, did you not? You didn't go and fetch it.
No,
So why would you want to run the Highport alone? Why would you not want to have people there who can help and who can make decisions for you so that you don't have to work day in and day out to manage all of the Highport pieces, to manage the star gravity wells, to manage the fact that ships come in and their manifests are incorrect? No, you want to have
That doesn't
somebody
sound
else
like a lot of
managing all
fun.
those details.
That
It
doesn't sound like
must
a lot of
be
fun at
equal.
all.
it's not fun, but that's why people that you control do things for you. And I will let small people do things on my Highport.
How long have you been the Wardeness?
I have been the Wardeness for 6 years.
Are you familiar with the term, when you are a hammer, everything looks like a nail?
Yes.
You know what I mean when I say that?
Severance, maybe you could explain it for those of us, of course, that don't know
Of course.
what you mean.
When I say this, I mean if you are banishing a certain way of life, that be piracy or that be any other way of life and nobility or how you believe, and you are very strong against being against it, then you are going to only focus on the things you don't want. When you are the hammer, everything looks like a nail. What we're trying to say is not everyone is a nail. Being a little more equal, looking at other people as tools or toys or what have you, or ice cream or spoons. But there is no reason for everyone or to only focus on piracy or only focus on you being the most powerful. Yes, you can have your power, and yes, you do not need to have a reigning throne or a reigning palace here for people to know that you are power. For you, right now, are a hammer, and everyone sitting around you is a nail. That man, that man, that person,
Yes.
her, and also that guy, and I point to the vizier,
Yes.
nails.
Yes. And I hammer things. Just, and then I win.
Right.
Yes.
Do you know
I
how
say
ice cream
yes.
is made?
No. I don't need to know these things. That's what the administrators are for. They know those things.
Precisely. And they manage those things. You wouldn't think to tell them how to make ice cream. You would expect
No.
them to make good ice cream.
Yes. Because I say so.
Yes. So, if you say so that there needs to be a spaceport, and then
Yes.
you ask the people, the freemen, or sorry, that's me forgetting the name of the yellow group. What's
Yeah,
the
the
other group's
freedmen.
name again? Freemen?
The freedmen.
If you ask the freedmen to run your spaceport and run it well, just like you
No.
would asking somebody to make your ice cream and make it well.
You do not understand. The freedmen have no mind. They are all stupid. All they know how to do is to steal things. The people who have a mind are the administrators. They can run the Highport. That is what they do.
Your Wardeness. And then Terrica will use like the full old Zindalian
Mhm.
title and they'll swap
Mhm.
into Sindalian in this moment. And they will say, have you met and spoken with the freedmen directly?
They're dirty.
I take that as a no.
I do not need to speak with them. They're ugly.
You would be surprised then to find the intelligence that lies there. I have spoken with them. They are a wise group that sees the value of your spaceport. And without them, it will be hard to get the ice cream you need. And in your wisdom, your exceptional wisdom, where you have displayed it, you recognize the value of the spaceport. I ask you to also recognize the reality that these people are not stupid. They are not animals. They are kind-hearted. They are smart. They're fast and quick and wise. And to have them, to have your entire planet engaged in your spaceport, will make it work better, more effectively. Will mean that you don't have to worry about making the ice cream. You can just enjoy eating it.
Yes, this will be my spaceport. The administrators will take care of paper, and the freedmen will pick things up, heavy things. That's how it's always been. They do things with
The
hands.
the freedmen must be able to have a voice in what happens with the spaceport
Why?
or the Highport. Because without that voice, they have no reason to pick anything up.
Because we tell them to.
That is not enough.
Then we will take their money and their food, and then they will have to do it. You know, and she points to Quint. You know, you crush them if they don't do what you want.
You know, Wardeness. You can crush everything you come across, and then you have nothing left to crush, and then you're bored, and you're all alone. Does that sound like fun to you?
No.
Let me ask you this. How much fun do you think it would be to fight with somebody, like with your hands? That'd
I
probably be
think it's
pretty
very fun. Maybe, yes?
Well,
Yes.
you may not have known because you do not visit down all that often, but one of the rituals that the freedmen have is for fun. They fight with each other with pipes. That is pretty fun. And they play games with cards, and they're loud. And there's lots of movement, and things get thrown and crushed, and you can crush anything you want, and you don't get in trouble.
She said all three of you. I want this Highport. I want one.
So do we.
Okay. Good. Now what?
Are you paying for it?
Thank you for this story.
You have the numbers, I assume, and I start looking at the other people in the room. How much would
They're
it
nodding.
cost for you to make one? I assume you have the coin, gold.
You said it was a present, that you were giving us a present.
I never said that.
You did. You said you were giving us a present.
You said that.
Because we are
I never
noble.
said I wasn't giving you a present.
You said
We
you'd give
have
us
Said
a
I had
present
an
of a
offer.
Highport.
We have a
a present.
of the technology. shoots a look to the both of them, which is an amazing present that currently you do not have here.
And without
Okay.
the funds, it is absolutely a useless present. But the good news is that those wise, smart freedmen, with their passionate games, they can help you. But in order to help you, they must have an equal seat on the council.
They should not have money. If they have money, it's mine. Increase taxes on them.
Wardeness, I made the
Yes.
analogy earlier, which means I was pretend I was having you play make-believe with me about being a hammer and everyone else
I'm a
being
good
a
hammer.
nail. Yes, yes, you are. You're not the biggest hammer, though. There are bigger.
I am?
There are bigger hammers. And
Much
you
No.
bigger
will
hammers.
be a nail to those bigger hammers.
Who?
The Aslan
Who?
and the Imperium.
They are
Both.
not just one planet. They actually are out in the stars, and they are going from system to system, and they are crushing the nails that are in their way. And if you are not ready, you will also be crushed as well. By
But if
being
you have an
here,
alliance.
go ahead.
Oh, I think you've got this.
By being here, hold up in one bubble, in your own little bubble. It's only a matter of time before someone pops it. It won't be us. We're here to help. We're trying to get you and your entire people off of this planet and into the sky.
Plus, if you work together and agree to do this, we will talk to the freedmen and also use our resources to make you a flying chair.
Flying chair?
No one else has a flying chair.
I want a flying chair.
That could be the gift.
You would be the only one.
I want you to tell me more stories. I want a flying chair. I want ice cream of gold. And then Star Dragon Empire Highport. That will be my Highport. I will let them come to my Highport and work there.
And to have an equal say in the way that it is run.
No, they can have a small say.
This is... We're going off the topic here, I am realizing.
Oh,
This is at least
Whether
a
or
start.
not you like it, Wardeness, Drinax is building a Highport for number one. Not for you. For number one. I came here
what do you
today
mean not for me?
to have... I came here today to offer you to lift the travel ban between the domes.
What? Why would I do that?
Because when Drinax builds this Highport, there's going to be a lot of tourism coming through here and a lot of people for you to introduce yourself to. And for you to sway to your side, whatever it may be. But the only thing that is going to bring people here is the majesty of your planet. It's a beautiful planet. You have beautiful architecture that should be seen and admired.
Yes.
And I have to say, the Highport, I'm sorry, the High Point
High Point
Downport,
Downport.
the Downport, excuse me, thank you. That gets old after a week. So, lifting the ban from these different domes will then give you this beautiful, beautiful fruit punch of different flavors of your people who live on this planet.
I want fruit punch.
You put it in your ice cream and blend it, and it'll be a smoothie. Also,
I want a smoothie
yes,
and a flying
Or
chair.
icy.
That's what I'm, a smoothie and a flying chair. Yes, we can give
Yes.
you, that's what we can give you if you want. We can give you this flying chair, but I'm letting you know that this Highport is happening, whether you like it or not, or whether it has your blessing. But if you would like to be a part of it, we do need security.
I am the most secure.
And that's why I came to you.
You are right to come to me. I want a flying chair and punch and gold ice cream and stories from this one here The one who feel like I have seen? Yes, this is what I want. And so I may have it?
Then you lift the ban between the bubbles. Domes, the domes. Like that's what they call them here, domes.
I think bubble domes make sense.
They can travel a little.
No, we won't.
Oh,
All
might
is
I tell
chaos
you,
and anarchy. Some. Yes.
some. We did make a deal.
I s-
Those who travel to Drinax after they travel here will get a quarter or a lot of a discount, 25%, as I'm talking to everybody, 25% discount of all of the port funds and fees in Drinax.
You talk to my people.
Yes, good. Thank you.
They
Finally.
will organize.
Walk off into the.
I accept your presence. I accept this dome in the name of the Star Dragon Empire. It will be called Dragonport. Dragon Spaceport. And there will be pictures of me on it and ice cream. It is so declared. There will be a Highport, and those people will carry things, and there will be this thing you said, and tell them, make papers. And my seal will go on it. More stories from you, and you, with the funny accent, you're from another place, you will also tell me stories. And you use a lot of big words. I don't like that. You will talk to them and sign things, and then I win. Thank you for calling me a hammer because I am a hammer.
What a hammer you are.
The Harlock now is Quint Wood, kind of under breath together too. That could have gone worse.
Derek will be like, make sure that it's equal access on the paper, for the love of God.
They walk away to sign some things.
Did you want to ask to get access to the archives?
Yes. Terrica will frame it up from the perspective of having more stories. They'll be like, oh, if you'll let me read through your archives, then I can...
every story.
Yeah, if you would be so kind as to allow me free access to your archives this afternoon, then before I leave, I shall regale you with a story that meets the grandiosity of the old Sindalian Empire.
Maybe even two.
Yes, but I want ice cream. Gold ice cream. Promise?
Next time I'm here.
Okay.
Oh no. I just lost my headphones. Sorry, guys.
Oh.
But that is, right, this moment, as she agrees to allowing this Highport. You'll have to negotiate, but with that diplomacy roll, things will be worked out. There are some trickinesses about they want the name, right? They want to be officially in charge. But she's impressed by you all. She loves the story. She wants you to stay and tell her more stories. That's what she wants. But you can have access to the archives. She will agree to the Highport. She will agree to more movement of people so that she can have more things that she wants. You will get much of what you want as long as it's framed as her getting what she wants. Then you can get what you want as long as she gets to be in charge of everything, theoretically.
Yeah.
She doesn't want to do any work. That's boring. But as long as it feels like she's in charge, then yes, you can have many of the things that you want, as long as the framing of it has her being in charge.
You know, I heard her talk about. I heard her talk about crushing things and all that, and I was like, I think she may enjoy time down with the Freemans more than she thinks she would.
Oh, I think she would, but that would have to be. There has to be negotiation about getting her over there, which her
You just
viziers
gotta
do
frame
not
it the
want.
right way. You just gotta frame it the right way and be like, but you know what? I could see her being real big on the pipe fight circuit.
Yes.
Bring a demonstration to her, and then she'll demand to see it in the arena where it's
Right.
really
Yes. Yes.
This is nothing compared to how it is authentically in the arena, but
Yeah. So with letting her see some pipe fights, bringing a demonstration will also help her be convinced that there should be mobility between things, because she would definitely like seeing people beat each other up real bad. She'd like that a whole lot. She'd think that would be awesome to see.
I love now we've established the pipe fights are now a cultural activity, ceremonial, if you will.
Because they don't have pipe fights in Dragon's Dome. They just have like Inquisitors, which are super boring. But I will say this, introducing her to pipe fights will encourage her to allow more people to move back and forth more easily so she can see them. As long as she feels like she's in charge of that Highport, she does not want to run it. She will, like, there's a lot of ways in which the things you're saying will be things. Now, her advisors know very well what's going on, would probably resist, but she also is in charge of things. And she also wants to see pipe fights now. And she wants people to be able to stay and tell her stories. She wants Tarika to stay and tell her stories.
And she's 9. She's not going to shut up about those pipe fights until she sees them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That is correct. That is correct. So you are going to get what you want. It may not look like it to the Wardens, if that makes any sense. It may look as if that's not what's happening, but
to some degree.
Also,
I feel like, though, for them, look, if we can get something useful to happen and they're not having to just like scuttle around and do ice cream, I feel like they'll be okay.
Mm-hmm. And
yes,
it's going to be more profitable, which is what I would think they want.
Seem like some actual government movement.
Yeah.
Yeah. The problem is that the tension is that they are holed up and want to shut down all outside influences. They're basically like, we're safe if nobody knows we're here and pays attention to us. The Freemen were like, yeah, well, we'd like to actually make money and have a whole thing. And so there's a certain kind of conservatism to their whole way of life, which is about not letting people in and out.
And they're not safe. We could show them those newsreels from that little planet that nobody knew about just a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
You're not safe from the Empire.
Yeah. And what it'll be like
show up on your doorstep. Jeez.
Yes. Now, I will say, ultimately, you're going to be successful. It will take, like, you're here all day, basically, right? You're here all day dealing with, but there is, there's like that one planet got attacked, and there are these, like, you got to build up the dangers while telling really good stories that are very romantic and fairy tale-esque in a way that feels very noble, while also getting her to want things that she will demand, like being able to see pipe fights, so that she will override her viziers who are like, whoa, wait, we don't want you going out with criminals, right? Like, there's a way in which you can play them and have Severance do the admin to actually get this to work actually on paper the way you want it to, right? Like, and that is a thing that will happen. It's just going to take an entire day's worth of maneuvering, right? Like playing the Warden off of her viziers, getting them to want things the way that you want them to have it, and to make sure that she feels like she won. And you have done that. It just will take the day, right? And she is going to demand a lot of things from you. She wants a flying chair now. She wants one.
If that's the cost, then so be it. I'm sure there's a flying castle. I'm sure they can make a flying chair.
Now
that was my
and she wants the gold ice cream. Yeah, no, she's You have given her desires, and she wants them, and she will have them. And as
Just
long
have
as that
Evan
she
make her
feels,
gold ice cream on the ship. Honestly, just
You're right.
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah,
Exactly.
yeah, she will get what she wants. If Greg, if you're here, could you give me a medical roll, if you would? Education medical.
See if that ice cream makes her sick.
Sure. Do I get a boon or anything, or?
No, but your difficulty is a bit lower.
Okay, do I get to use any of my medical stuff?
Actually, you do get a boon because of all the work you've done previously onto this one. Yes.
we did do some setup, yeah.
Yeah, you did set up.
12.
Yes. You are going to be there for a while doing this surgery because it's very difficult. Your difficulty was higher, but you needed a 12 and you hit it. It's going to take a while because this is a little tricky, actually. They have put in booby traps and fail safes into her arm to make it not fixable. There's a tracker in her arm, which they're not going to be able to reach from here, but it's clearly doesn't have the range on it. But like if they were looking for her and got close enough, they could find her. So you need to actually sort of take out a tracker, a bomb, and a block. There's like a circuit block which makes it just a bit awkward. And you can take all of those things out, but I will tell you what, somebody did a number on her. Quint was
It was probably more work putting it in than taking it out, too.
yeah. Well, the
Can-
tricky part was
Trooper,
blocking the signal.
He is going to take everything out except for the tracker, and he is going to change the frequency to one he knows and say that he got it.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. The technology is not as
Honestly,
great as you'd like, but you have an augment. I will just tell you this one insight, though. The blocker that makes things awkward was not the same thing. It was all put in the same time, but you can tell in terms of like a what do you call them? Serial numbers? You know what I mean? Like the technology itself, that like the tracker and the bomb.
Standard military
is-
issue. Not
Yes.
standard military issue. Yeah.
Yes. That was put in at the same time, but it's not standard issue. This was done deliberately to fuck with Quint in a way that was just made to make them not fluid anymore.
Oh, we can take care of
In a-
that.
Yeah. That will be taken care of. And to end the episode, I will say this. In the archive, there is something to be found that might be interesting if you look towards the date range the professor asked you for.
Mm-hmm.
A courier shuttle, a Sindalian courier shuttle, arrived. It was supposed to be going to Drassel, but there was a war on it, had to come here instead. With an old Sindalian ship. It was a courier carrying a message, apparently. The warden at the time arrested the courier and decided to keep the courier under arrest and all the courier's things under arrest and make sure that nobody knew the courier was there, just in case. Who knows which way the war was going to go after all. And that courier and their ship and everything that they have was placed in the deep of the Dragon's Deep, that big rift, which is a prison. That's where you put people in solitary confinement. And that ship and that courier should still be there in the deep. Set under
Wait.
ever
And the
glass.
courier? Wasn't this ages and
Yeah.
ages and ages ago?
Yes. It was 2,000 years ago.
And the courier is still
Courier
there.
was
Maybe they were frozen?
Oh.
So, cool, interesting, ancient, interesting. Would Terica, because they would look that up, but they would also look up anything to do with the horrors in there, anything to do with Viridian or psionics, anything that they can learn on that that would be helpful for what they're facing off with Val, or like shine light on any of that, or yeah.
I will say that there is an old Sindalian ship in perfect condition, theoretically, with one of the messenger globes, one of the 4, in the rift, that you could probably just go and you'd have to go there, but you could probably get it. And when it comes to
really
Viridian,
good pilot here.
You need a good submersible. You could probably get one here. But before you go, I will say this, because we're going to end it. You have to spend some time. It's a long time. All of y'all are here all day. It's a long time finding information about Viridian, because there's almost nothing. But there is one small thing that you have found. There is a reference to Viridian being a stone, a gemstone, that is only meant for nobility. There's like a small bit of law about that being restricted to only nobles should be allowed to have this. It's a special stone that is only meant for those who are noble. And there is a little bit of information about it being something that sort of reflects one's nobility and enhances one's nobility. That it is sort of like it sort of like amplifies your inner nobility, and therefore it is not a thing that should be given to those who are not noble, because they would not know how to use it, or it would not amplify their innate nobility. It seems to you this stuff is you do not get the sense, like the things that you are sort of getting about Viridian, they do not seem to know. What it seems to you is that the understanding of this gemstone is that it is a gemstone that amplifies one's inner power, and that seems to be all they know about it. But they also do not seem to want anyone else to have access to it. That is something that only those who are noble should have access to, and it seems to be tied into ideas of great reputation and nobility. It's a very kind of like nobles are inherently better than everybody else, and this gemstone will sort of magnify one's inherent greatness, and other people should not have access to it. But also, it is very rare, and like they don't know where you get it or how you get it. As far as they seem to know, they only really know of sources from Drinax. And that is super hidden, right? That they don't really seem to know where else to find it. But they also, it's like found, they don't quite know. Like it seems to be kind of quite rare, mysterious. They know that there are other sources because people, other folks have seemed to, well, actually at this point, they probably wouldn't. They know there are other sources, they've seen some here and there, but they don't really know where to find it. But they know that only nobles should have it, because only nobles are great enough, inherently better than everyone else enough to be able to have it. And you know how back in medieval Europe, there were these sumptuary laws where only nobles could have could wear certain colors, could have weapons.
Mhm.
It's like that. It is, but it also seems a little bit academic, because it's not like there's a lot of it. There's no mention of it being alive at all. That is not something they seem to know anything about or be aware of. They seem to mostly be aware of it as being some kind of, their interpretation is that it's a way to amplify your already noble ability. There's no mention of psionics either. That does not seem to be something that they are aware of within the records. It seems to be like your innate goodness is sort of amplified, but a lot of the other stuff they don't seem to be aware of. But they do seem to be aware that it's powerful, important, but they sort of really tie it down to nobility. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I think it wasn't what like Terica was hoping to find something that would help explain what they're seeing and help them fix things or show at least give Val evidence of what they're seeing, right?
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
so I think when they like leave, they like make notes of the courier shuttle and where to find the old Sindalian ship in the rift, um, and they like take pictures of those pages just to
Yeah.
because they scraped their mom's stuff off their computer so they could take their computer with them this time.
Yeah.
I think when they leave, they just look really exhausted and frustrated. They probably would. Sorry, I'm laughing because I'm like, they would slam the door on their way out in anger, uh, and then remember to like pull up their hood and put their glasses on and everything. Yeah.
By the way, the Rapenhausens, they were the monarchs of Marduk.
Of course they were.
They were. Marduk was their planet.
Oh no. That would explain why I found this here.
Mm-hmm. And you know, our good old dear Marymore. Well, that was not the name, but they were from a planet whose name you don't know, but they were considered like a great. There was like a long history of their contemporaries. There's a lot of there's a lot of administrative work, right? There's not a lot of stories in here, but just administrative work of ships and harriers and sort of going back and forth battles, right? But it's mostly just a lot of logistics. But it seems to you as if what you can tell is that early on, there are sort of records of this Terica the First and this, well, the Severance being stationed on the same ship. They seem to have been. Our old Severance was the commander of a warship that Terica, when Terica was younger, was served as an officer aboard. So they seem to have served together. And there's records of them coming through this planet. So they did seem to be tight.
Terica would note that down too. Whatever they see on that, they would. They'd also take a picture of the page, and they'll probably end up sending it to Severance.
And if you listen to the audio or look at the video, there is old footage of them. And the person who is this old admiral, right, this sort of war hero admiral, speaks. I would need a diplomacy from you.
I will definitely roll that diplomacy.
Intellect.
Intellect diplomacy. 1 second. There we go. Oh, did I get to roll with a boon? That was still on there.
Yes, because of your brooch right now. The thing is, I know. You hear Laity Plus speak, and it's not the same. There's something different about the way Laity Plus speaks. Different than the way that the Baron Marymore that was just executed, you heard him speak in that news reel. It's a different cadence. It's a different personality. They look exactly the same. All three of them look the same, but it's not the same person. The person who was executed and this person, they do not seem to you to be the same. In the same way that your Severance does not sound the same as those two. Severance sounds closer to Laity Plus than to Marymore, who was executed. They're the same person, the same voice, but the cadence, the rhythm of their speech is a little different. But of course, they're different people, so they would be
Terrico
different,
would make
I assume.
Yeah, Terrico will make note of that.
Yeah. But with that, we are done. We're done, and I'm going to have us do our outros, everyone. Outros. I'm very excited. We have a shuttle with a globe just hanging out under Everglass because they arrested that courier and were like, yeah, we don't want to be involved in this. We're just going to
Hide it in a glass dome.
Yeah, and seal you up in there. Yep. And so our outros, if you will. I would like you to say who you are, where we can find you, give some love, and as you are, like, you've got this big negotiation that has to just be written in a slightly obfuscatory way. Just a little bit of that, which you can do. Little manipulation that you rolled it. You just have to do it. It'll be there. Little trickinesses, but you have that. And you've got a professor up on the ship, up on the Gambler, hanging out, listening to audio books and podcasts. And you have got just a couple things to do, and then you're off. So, who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love. And yeah, say what you got to say. We're going to start with Lindy.
Oh goodness, starting with me. Hi, I'm Lindy.
Yes.
My love tonight goes to Greg. We'll just go in the reverse for my clock. So Greg, you're for your love of Jack from Mass Effect. That is my number one love. For you also, getting to break you right off the bat, before it even started the game, was just a simple gif. If you know, you know. If you don't, I'm sorry. It's a real shit time. But just love for Greg in general, because Greg is fabulous. Rocket, I love how committed to the bit both of us are. We're like, it's too deep now. We can't come out of it. So just the Harlock impersonating Quint. Absolutely fabulous. Just even in front of the warden, like, well, we definitely can't say change our minds now. We had maybe we could have at the very beginning, but we didn't, and it's fine, I'm sure. And of course, Ari for the ice cream angle, Tarek, but all the different ice creams. You don't have all the ice cream. Just the perfect angle for negotiations, which I'm sure most people don't take that approach when speaking to the High Warden, which made all the administrators go, whoa! And of course, my love for Severance, for just actually being genuinely interested in what this professor has to say and being like, Quint's gonna have a promotion, and it's gonna be the worst. It's gonna be the worst thing ever. And I'm so excited for it. And of course, Trooper, just your NPCs are great. I think it's a great time. And I think you're great. Ha ha ha. Suck it. You can find me online at LaughLoveLindy. Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, etc. Well, if it's a social media, I'm probably at least reserve my name on there, even if I'm not active. Gosh, it's the holidays. It's Christmas-ish. It's so soon. I need to finish my shopping. But you can find me on Sunday on Praxagorth. That's my 4H channel for Court. You can find me on Monday for our Mondays in Exandria, the new batch game, which we are in an underwater city with potions of water breathing, and everything's not fine. But I'm sure it'll be eventually, maybe. It's fortunate my character doesn't have to breathe, but I'm worried about all the squishies. And then, tragically, we had to cancel Cthulhu last week because so many people were sick or their internets were dying. But this week, I swear, we will have Call of Cthulhu, Below the Land of Fire, where they had their first run-in with a little adolescent Shoggoth, and it was great. They'll be fine. And a little voice said hello to them at the end of the last session, and you can only see it if you're below 40 sanity, so I'm sure that's fine too. And only one player can see it. And gosh, there's gonna be a Christmas one shot on my channel at some point. I will figure out a date soon and announce that. But if you like Christmas and worms, you'll love it. That's my pitch for that. Blame Don. Blame Jonathan Fry. It's all his fault. Yeah, that's me.
Okay. Speaking of blaming people, never blame Val. Val only did humanitarian things today, obviously. Greg, who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love. And yeah, my goodness.
Hi, my name is Greg. I have 0.1% energy left, so
Yep.
I will make this short and sweet. I play Dr. Valentine Val Morrissey. You can find me over on YouTube under Warp Reactor for some movie and Star Trek reaction videos. We're having a lot of fun. My love goes to the incredible poem. I'm stealing that one.
Oh my God.
It was absolutely amazing. It was if Dr. Seuss was cool, and which Dr. Seuss is cool, but you know, it's cool too.
Not
Yeah,
as
that's
cool.
it. Everybody else is awesome. Trooper's awesome. Cord's awesome. Fox is awesome. Lindy's all right. See you guys.
Oh! Next up, group tag team to get the 9-year-old in a space where the 9-year-old will be like, okay, I'm okay with it. People who are like good at working with 9-year-olds and telling them stories. Ari, who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love.
Hi, I'm Ari _adventures. You can find me online here next Friday. I'm doing all sorts of fun things in Seattle this week, so I won't be performing any other places this week, but likely next week. So yes. Oh goodness, all the love. So different things that I really particularly enjoyed: the card game battle, Val's card game battle with Emma, and the play that was happening there. I thought that was really fun. You're Rocket. You're like, okay, whoa. So like, let's step it back here a second, and the way that like that blended in the negotiation with everything else that was happening, it was like this beautiful like working together of a crew that's clearly been together for a while, and I thought it was just like a gorgeous like insertion and connecting of the dots for this little 9-year-old like person that Ari about halfway through was like, well, sucks to be you. I guess you're just no longer going to be like in charge. I was
Sucks to
You just have to
and
tell her she's in
I see where
charge.
Host did that.
right. I mean, as long as none of the agreements do that, like, oh, anyway. And Lindy, like, just the way that you negotiate through all of the different pieces that happen with the crew, and then the way you like caught on to the fact that if we don't protect this professor guy, like something's going to happen, the information's going to get out, and I mean it's already out, but like it's going to get worse out, and then we're going to lose everything. That was just beautiful, and I particularly appreciated the moment where they turned to Tarika and were like, wait, so we getting this? Yeah, we're getting this. Like, mwah. And then Trooper, that performance of the 9-year-old is just perfection. It was equal parts like, oh, you're a little kid, and like, I swear to God, I'm gonna like, I don't know if anybody else knows this. I am not the kid person in this group. Like, that is not me. I was just like having moments of like, oh. Anyway, nicely done. And that's
You know, when I was just talking about Veruca Salt. So, Rocket. Rocket, the one who
Yes.
understood. Like, look, you all gave her what she wanted, which was ice cream, stories, and pipe
And
fights.
violence.
So, and violence, yes, and
You know,
violence because
listen.
she really likes violence.
I was brought back. I taught a makeup class yesterday for which one student showed up, and we talked about Pokemon the whole time. So, you know, I like to think that my understanding of the youth is pretty on point. But yes, so I am Rocket Fox, your second favorite person, hopefully first favorite Rocket Fox. Look me up, you'll find me. You know where I am. But as far as the love goes, working backward from this, yeah, that was Trooper. That was an amazing 9-year-old. I felt like I was in class, which is where I'm going to be tomorrow morning. I felt like I was working with the students again. It was real upsetting. But also, I have to say, I loved your commitment to the professor. Um, Man, I for a moment there, I wasn't sure. I was like, does the professor really want to talk about grade, or does Trooper really want to talk about grade? Let's peel back the layers on this. um, Working from there, Ario, that poem. I know it's been
My
said.
gosh.
I'll say it again, but yeah, right. Like rhyming is not necessarily always easy. You know, I like to do it a lot when I'm at the house by myself, but they're bad rhymes, right? Like they're words I make up. It's not real. But that sounds like an actual thing. So very nicely done, especially on the fly. Um, Lindy, I loved your just you saw what was happening with this professor and begrudgingly took it upon yourself. And you know what? You stood up where the real Harlock would have sat down. Because I do not
I was going to
know
kidnap
that
him so hard. I was going to
not even
kidnap him
just that.
so
Like
hard.
actual Harlock had a conversation with him
Look,
and like
if they
ducked
try,
out
they can meet
before
my axe.
even like before he even first started to show how vulnerable he is. She was like, "No, I can already tell this is not my flavor of thing to get involved in." So you know what? That's real captain behavior, though. I like that. Greg, who I don't know if he can hear anymore. Can Greg hear? He can hear. Okay. Uh, I also really like. You know, I will tell you what I like in anticipation. I like that you're bringing Emma/Knives on board. Where's that gonna go? Is she gonna stay on for a while? What's gonna happen? Is Tara gonna come back and find her in the captain or the pilot scene? Who knows? Let's watch. Let's watch this unfold. um, but like there were less hats that I'm accustomed to, but I'm willing to overlook that for tonight. Because I thought that everything was just fabulous. And yeah, no, to echo Lindy, I think what you said about Cord for Severance, he would actually listen to the professor, and he would actually he listens, and he would fritter away that information.
He's a
And
lot like Quinn in that regard, which I find very fascinating.
yeah. So there's a lot of interesting things happening. My kitten's not here, so I can't thank him. But he did like fly through the air and latch onto me as if I were the chair, and I'm pretty sure I'm bleeding. So that's me. That's what I've got.
Oh, cats.
Uh, Oh, and I'm troopersjp. I want to thank those who've given us bits tonight. We got 250 bits from Hawkeye, who says, no better holiday tradition than a Friday with Tagonists. Which Harlock gets to fight next? Oh, all of them. And then, I mean, next week, So, 100 bits from Stormbender, who says, kick-ass poem, which is true. And then 100 bits from Hawkeye to end it to say, oh, welcome to Ari's Poetry Hour. That poem was amazing. I would like to say, when you're like the GM of a amazing crew of people, and I was like, are you gonna leave the professor alone? No? All right. Oh. Huh. You all failed your luck roll. You were oh, nice. All right. Y'all give me everything. That diplomacy was not just for Ranib, but also for Ranib's advisors. That was you're hitting multiple things, and all of you all worked together to get something very tricky, right? Somebody who really does believe that they are just better. That is how their entire society is organized, that they are better than the other people. And those people just have to work for them. And also they think all the freedmen are criminals, right? That they need to be contained in all ways. And to get people with such a very rigid worldview, when they're also on top and have no reason to give up anything, to move is not easy. And you all did a really amazing job of getting them to a space where you can get what you want without them realizing they're giving up what they want, without them actually getting because what they want is to be able to oppress people nonstop, and also they want that. You know what I mean? Like because
Not as
that's
much as
because
they
they're
want
in
a pipe
charge.
fight,
That
though.
but they do like pipe fights. They do like pipe
Take
fights. That's
this to know another, and then all three of us were there. So
yeah, and it was the old Sindalian, like the super noble language. It was the sort of noble story version. It was pipe fights. It was appealing to the administrators. It was sort of framing the isolation as not going to help you necessarily. Like there's a lot of things that all worked into allowing them, and also good old Cord being like, actually, I'm just going to do this anyway. Like I don't think you realize that like you kind of can't stop us, but doing it in such a way
I
to
love
not
that.
antagonize. Yeah, yeah. Yes, right. So it was you were all amazing, and I have to say, we're in a moment right now where you all are all learning about each other in different interesting ways, and yet you're also hiding things from each other. Terika does not yet know that there's a whole bunch of Terika clones that are hanging out in a lab, and nobody's telling the Harlock is not telling Val about Val's ability to subconsciously start altering reality or sort of projecting onto reality, which might be I'm sure it's fine. And the Harlock has worked so hard to keep Severance safe and off the radar. And I wonder what would happen if people knew where Severance was, and I wonder who's looking for Severance. I mean, I don't wonder because I do know, but I also know there's more than one group. Cool. And I mean, yeah, it's cool. And I want to thank all of you for those people that you remember from the past, because they're probably going to become important in their own ways. And later. And I'm sorry to murder people that you all care about on the news, but it's how it happens sometimes.
We care about
And
Barrymore?
I mean, no. Sure. I will say that the lack of information about Viridian says something, and that is that you know things that nobody else in the universe knows, except for maybe Mary Moore.
That's not great.
Oh,
How are you
cool.
supposed to
Sometimes
explain
glad
to people that what you're seeing is real if you don't have any evidence from other people?
Well, y'all are on the cutting edge of knowledge, is what you are. And we're gonna find out what happens in our season finale next week. Next week is the season finale of season 3, where they may go and pick up a message globe. There are 4 out there. They've got 1 at the moment, and I'm sure nobody else knows about it. The message globe that he is not telling people about openly.
Asks a lot of people a lot of questions.
There might be people who have who might want that message globe, because it will apparently lead you to the entire old Sindalian treasury.
I look completely unarmed at all times until I'm not.
Yeah. Well, so our finale is next week. I have been told by the players that there will be a season 4, so we will find out what happens, because look, y'all, the Harlock has an ex. Val has got Sue. Tarek. Oh yeah, Tarek has got an ancestor and also some clones hanging out. And also a place in Quint's memory as a millennial old warlord. And Quint no longer has a booby trap, but still has a tracker.
I'm not gonna
And
explode. I'm happy and I can move. Yeah, it's the little things
yeah,
in life.
yeah, you could go back to the Cirque du Soleimani. Anyway, and that's me, Trooper SJP. I'll be back with this crew next week, and you can find me Sunday night over at 8:30, over at 8 o'clock over at Practical Thesmophoria for Carousel Court, the gothic urban fantasy. Monday we're back with at 8:30 p.m. over at Wandering DM's channel for Montreal by Night, and Tuesday at 8:30 over at High Shelf Collective I'll be in a charity stream of Monsters of the Week meets Hallmark Christmas movies. And we'll be back. We'll be back with this crew probably sometime in February-ish. We'll find out. We have to still organize it, but we'll be there. And I have to tell you, I'm going to just say this. Nobody listen. I have been told that some players might make rash decisions next week. So you should be here for that. That's all, everybody. I will thank you all for being here.